But yeah, I just thought a Get Over the Hump show, a
Love
bunch
it.
of bunch of filler segments, Gary Sharp to talk about the 15 seed that's Omaha who's never gotten here, and I guess they've got something with a garbage can, and um, you know, check in on the Gators, have some fun at Trent's expense,
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm all for it.
yeah. Couldn't get Brad Evans. He's done for the week.
Yeah.
He's just swamped.
Put it in your. I'll remind you if I think of it. Did you see that Matt Baker just did a lengthy feature on the Athletic on the new USF football stadium?
I saw the headline. Didn't read it. The headline.
I just kind of glazed through it.
Will this get him into the the right neighborhood type deal?
Right.
No. Morning, everybody. Mark did hit the on button a minute or two earlier this morning. He did.
Paul, Jay Yandel is the one that handles our entire podcast page. So Jay doesn't have to get a subscription to anything. The fact that he's in here is very nice of him. He does far more work for this show than a lot of people. Appreciate the support, but there are some people who really don't need to get subscriptions, and Jay is one of them.
Oh, man. I see ambient. There are a lot of teams that can win games in the tournament. The question is, not can they win games in the tournament, but did they belong in the tournament? Their resume was not tournament worthy. It wasn't. But
when you go shoot 54% from behind the arc, you're going to win games.
And the Mountain West sucking it up in the tournament again.
I mean, don't you just pick against all of them now?
The Mountain West has had outside of San Diego State's run a couple of years ago, the Mountain West has been terrible lately in the tournament.
They might not lose in the next round, Feeney. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see North Carolina beat Ole Miss.
So that was the first time that North Carolina had wore those blues in the first game of the tournament ever, because they had never been
the road team. Time did that tip? Like 9:40?
Well, the other game didn't end till like when their game was supposed to start.
Oh,
right.
I'm watching the first few minutes of that going, do I really want to watch this playing game or am I going to go to bed? I'm like, I'm going to bed. I don't care.
I got to say, North Carolina, the color of the uniforms and what have you, it's like when UCLA plays at home in the Rose Bowl. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys are any good, but you look good doing what you're doing. On ambient, I want to know what happened to Air Force football lately. We're always pretty good in that. Oh, man.
Showing houses in your old stomping grounds yesterday again, David.
We'll have to talk off air about how much they're going for now compared to 2.5 years ago.
Not what they were going for 2.5 years ago. Let me tell you.
So I did okay?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, well, we sold that house 2-3 weeks before a big event.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day where we don't belong in the tournament either. But we'll try to be red hot from downtown. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Tournament is underway with some madness to start. It's like, okay, if you guys are going to play in these games, give us one of those. That'll work. How are you, Mark?
I am doing well, and you are right, David. When 216s play, there are certain things that are inevitable. There are going to be long stretches in which the basketball's not very good. They are going to make some mistakes that you wouldn't normally see. But sometimes you get heroics. After St. Francis basically kicks it out of bounds in the game's waning seconds, a length of the court pass that bounced off of how many hands? 4 sets of hands?
I don't know. It was a Hail Mary into the end zone for a touchdown at the end of the half. I thought
And
Aaron
somehow
Rodgers threw
the
it.
Commanders caught it. They beat the Bears, and the Bears' season was over. Oh, sorry, wrong game.
Right. So, and let's face it, if you had St. Francis in the points, that was a great ending because the last thing you wanted to see was overtime.
Absolutely.
And as we all knew was going to happen, of course North Carolina was going to win. They didn't belong there. They were told for 48 hours how much they suck, how much they are everything that is wrong with major college sports at this moment in time. So
Bubba
you knew.
Cunningham received his bonus for making the tournaments and made some deals with those players that if they made their three-pointers, he'd share his bonus.
And North Carolina, I believe they've just hit another 3. And they took care of San Diego State, who's from the Mountain West. And that conference, outside of San Diego State's run to the title game 2 years ago, that conference for 10 years has not been able to suck enough in the NCAA tournament.
And last night, and look at, we said it all day yesterday that North Carolina was going to win.
Right. They didn't belong in the tournament. They didn't. Their resume
They still
was not
don't belong
worthy
in the tournament, but they won a game.
I mean, they were favored by 4.5. They were expected to win the game. Now they blew them out. I mean, heck, who knows? Maybe they go on a run here. Who knows?
And usually one of these 11 seeds that wins their play-in game wins another.
Yes.
Wouldn't be surprised at all if North Carolina beats Ole Miss. Would not shock me one iota.
What's it, 10 out of 11 years?
Yes.
That one of these 11s in the play-in wins the game beyond the play-in and gets to the second round. So we've got North Carolina against Auburn, and then the winner tonight of Xavier, Texas. Who did they get their shot at? Illinois?
Illinois.
Oh, well, I mean,
right.
You have no idea what's going to show up with Illinois. One of the 5 best teams in the country, or one of the, a team that's not even worthy of the CBI. People are going, what's the CBI? Were they mentioned in those Kennedy files? No, it's a minor basketball tournament. Never mind. I do though, if it's okay with you. I do want to talk about something that we talk about, we do bring up, but it gets glossed over a lot. See, most people, if they're unhappy with college sports today, they're unhappy with the athletes. They're unhappy with the payment. And they're unhappy with the athletes' no loyalty. One school to the next, year after year after year, just looking out for themselves. And we seemingly always forget about the coaches who do the exact same thing. Only wait for it, they're under contract. Mark, you know I've said this for a very long time. I don't know how the head coach of West Virginia 1 year later can be the head coach of Indiana. What the hell is the point of the contract? I mean, seriously, if it doesn't tie him here for the number of years that we signed him for, then why did I have to pay him what I paid him? Seriously. Well, the contract says I get $4 million a year. Don't know what to tell you. Don't feel like paying it. You get $1 million and you'll like it. Seriously, what's the difference? How can the head coach of West Virginia a year later be the head coach of Indiana? And you want to limit the athletes? What am I missing here?
I don't think you're missing anything. You know, I'll just quickly play the other side, David. If you sign a coach to a 5-year deal and you don't like what he's doing after 2, you can fire him.
Got to pay him.
I understand that. But for now, generations, coaches have been leaving contracts that they have not fulfilled to get what they think is a better job. And that's why they have buyouts in these contracts so that they can do just that.
I'm one of those weird people, Mark, and I am not an ultra moralistic guy. I'm not. I'm way too flawed to go down that road. I couldn't bail 1 year into a 5-6 year commitment. I couldn't do it if it was my dream job. I just couldn't do it. It's called timing. Timing. Wish I could go, but I can't bail on these guys in a year. I mean, come on. Plus, DeVries was at a mid-major. Okay, this was his first power conference job. I mean, you know, a little loyalty towards West Virginia. They were the ones that, you know, first got him paid, so to speak. I mean, I couldn't do it. That I can genuinely tell you, even for a blue blood job like Indiana, I couldn't do it. And I would just turn and look at the wife and just say, timing. You know, a year ago, 2 years down the road, totally different story. Couldn't do it.
You know, David, for the longest time, I probably would have been in your camp. I think you and I, while I would agree with you that we are not moralistically on this high ground or anything like that, that we're similar in that regard, we're loyal. We've been loyal to one another for nearly 20 years on this show.
Mm-hmm.
There's some ups and downs, but we've managed to trudge forward together.
Ups and downs? What are you talking about?
Right. And I think that's just how we're built, that we're a little on the loyal side. And it might be how we grew up, the generation that we grew up in. But I am with you in this regard. How do we give the players so much crap? And more than the payment, David, more than the payment to players, the one thing that I get on the streets from fans more than anything is the portal. They hate the portal.
Right.
They don't like the payment, but they hate the portal.
Right.
And yet, I'm guessing if you run into an Indiana fan today, they're going to tell you how excited they are about their new coach.
Love the portal. Right. Absolutely love the portal. Oh, you love the coaching portal. Got it. Just got to clarify here. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I'm numb to it. I just expect coaches to do this. It doesn't surprise me one iota that a guy leaves after 1 year to get what he thinks and what is a much better job that will pay him a lot more money. I'm numb to it. It happens every day. But I'm with you that the fan doesn't care about the coach doing it, but God forbid the player does it.
Right. And the coach has a contract and the player doesn't. Huh.
Well, the player has a 1 year contract. I mean, a scholarship's a 1 year contract.
Right. Oh, no, everything's 1 year. It's not multi-year. Now, should it be? We think so. Which you need to be right, by the way, about the decisions that you make. But then again, that's more pro sports, and that's more employer. And so one thing we can't do, that's where we have to draw the line with college athletics. Everything that's going on. Well, no, we can't do the employer thing. Really? That's where we're going to draw the line. Got it. Okay. Miller and Moulton. They're playing baseball in Japan again, Mark.
So I hear.
Yep. Figure if they did it once, they'll do it again. Dodgers and Cubs again. It's starting right now.
Looking forward to next week when the Dodgers and Cubs go back to playing spring training games.
I think the Cubs have a spring training game Friday. The Dodgers, I don't think, unless I saw the schedule wrong, I don't think the Dodgers have a spring training game till Sunday, but it looks like the Cubs are playing in 48 hours back in Arizona.
Big show lined up for you today. We are all over the place on this show.
We're going to have some fun today.
We are going to have some fun. We're going to talk to Lee Sterling, get some gambling advice for you for the tournament. Gary Sharp is the voice of Omaha men's basketball. They take on St. John's. We'll talk to him. Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, will be on the show. Seth Everett for his weekly appearance, and a shot at redemption for one Trent Bally, who screwed up the bracket so badly last year. We're giving him a shot at redemption today at 9.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Sonny, Andy did not leave USC because of LeBron or Bronny. In fact, Andy wasn't planning on leaving USC for this season because he had a daughter who was about to be a senior in high school. So, but he is worried about being a West Coast team in the Big Ten, though. Andy had an opportunity to leave a couple years earlier.
But how many years did he have left on his contract?
Andy had a few. Andy was at USC 11 years.
Right.
But But SMU went after him hard. Plus, Andy was on like his fourth or fifth AD and fourth or fifth president. I mean, it was when you're a coach.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. To the second we go in Japan, scoreless, Dodgers and Cubs. I will say, I enjoy in the Twitch chat room every morning reading about all the prop bets that people are making on sports. Like we've already have our first winner of the day, Mark.
Yeah, 2 days in a row, he's played the no runs first inning game.
Right. And he's a winner. Great. It's also, it's fun, right? Winning is fun.
Winning is fun.
Losing, not so much. Not
But
so much.
Good for the listener to knock out a bet before breakfast. I mean, that's strong. You haven't even finished your first cup of coffee yet, and you've got a winner on your plate. That is outstanding.
You're thinking today is going to be terrific. Or are you going, oh, heck.
I peaked at 6 a.m.?
Well, my first inning bet, maybe there's a few other bets I could make. I mean, game's only 1 inning old. There's got to be other stuff I could bet on this game right now. And there is. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So how many SEC teams are we going to end up with in the Final Four? Wasn't that our poll question yesterday? And 1 and 2 were battling it out. Hardly any of you thought the SEC would get skunked, and hardly any of you thought the SEC is going to recreate the Big East in 85.
Right. 8% said 0, 3.4% said 3+, but 1 ended up getting the most votes at a little less than 45%. 2 SEC teams making the Final Four got a little less than 44%.
Wow.
At the end of the day.
Wow.
I thought today, if we wanted to stick with brackets for the precipice for our poll question, would we just go with how many 1 seeds will make the Final Four? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Because I don't see a scenario where it would be 0.
Which, of course, though, leads to a question that we do every year, which is name the first 1 seed that's going to get knocked out. And, I mean, you could think that the first 1 seed's not going to get knocked out to the Elite 8. And we did have the one Final Four where all 4 1 seeds made it. And ironically, it was in San Antonio, which is where this year's Final Four is going to be. That was 17 years ago already. The year that the 4 1s made it. Wow.
Time moves. Which one do you think has the toughest? It's got to be the Gators, right? That has the toughest route to the Final Four.
I thought so. I did. Even though, how can you not feel great about the Gators with the way they played to end the year? But I don't think they did Florida any favors.
I mean, think about it. They could get 2-time defending champ UConn in the second round. Now, they're better than UConn.
Yeah.
But that's still a good opponent for a second-round game.
How ironic, all right, because what did UConn do last year? They became the first team since the 06-07 Gators to go back-to-back, and it could be Florida-UConn in the second round. We'll see if UConn gets there.
Then they could get Maryland.
And that's a formidable game.
Damn right it is. Maryland, since about early February, has played really solid basketball.
Now, the funny thing is we think the Gators only go 8 deep. Well, Maryland really only goes 5. But Maryland's starters are really good.
And then either Texas Tech or St. John's coming out of the bottom side of that. Texas Tech, that most people believe is as good as any team in the Big 12. And obviously St. John's having a historic season.
And also, of the 3 seeds, Mark, I think a lot of people think Texas Tech is the best 3.
Absolutely. I think people would have given the nod to Iowa State had they not had the injuries.
Right.
Because Iowa State was a top 10 team for most of the season, but they kind of had their second half of the season not really derailed, but slowed based on injuries.
So I do think the Gators got as formidable a draw as the committee could give them. But you could also argue that the Gators' end of the season schedule was harder. I mean, the final week of the regular season and the SEC tournament, look at who they had to play and beat. And so a Gator fan's kind of like, yeah, I hear you. That's, not going to be easy. It's not supposed to be. But I think we just beat 3 or 4 better teams in the last 2 weeks. So we got this.
And David, not only do I believe that Texas Tech is the toughest 3 and they're in the Gators region, I think Maryland is clearly the best 4.
Who are the other 3?
The other 3 4 seeds are Texas A&M, Arizona, and Purdue.
And the other 3s are, one of them's Kentucky,
Wisconsin, and Iowa State.
Here's the thing I'm just going to throw out there. So Wisconsin's got that 1-star player, right? Can't pronounce his last name, who was awful in the Big Ten final against Michigan. Couldn't put the ball in the ocean. Awful. What do you think the odds are he's going to be that awful in the NCAA tournament? I don't think it's very good. And he's a streaky guy. So I don't know. I'm thinking Wisconsin, they got one player who can carry them.
Well,
that's scary.
They can be a streaky shooting team.
Yep.
They can make threes. They were terrific in their Big Ten quarterfinal before they beat Michigan State, making threes. So Wisconsin can shoot the deep ball. I do like that about them. But, I am just merely saying out of the 3 seeds, I think Texas Tech's the toughest 3, and I think Maryland's the toughest 4. I think the Gators have a difficult draw. I still think the Gators are going to the Final Four. I think the Gators are going to win the whole damn thing. I've thought it since the selection thing came out on Sunday. I've thought it probably before that. I'm riding the Gators.
We did like this Gators team early.
We have all year.
Yep. We saw them early. I saw them in person. We saw them and we said, man, they're a perfect tournament team. Perfect. 3 guards, experienced, play 7.5, which has now become like 8.5. And you don't need any more than that. And
you can shorten your bench even more.
Yep. If you have to.
I mean, unless they get in foul trouble, they'll go with 7 throughout this tournament.
Like even when Florida's catching Maryland, I think it's a bad break for Florida because Maryland's not very deep. Well, Maryland can max it. They'll have 4+ days of rest if Maryland were to get to the Sweet 16 before they play Florida, and they'll just, those kids will play 38 minutes against the Gators. Now, the next game, they may not be as good, and they may have to play a little bit less, but that's not when Florida's going to play them. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators. He'll join us in 90 minutes' time. By the way, the Dodgers with 2 in the second. They're still batting 2-0 LA over the Cubs.
Nothing like regular season baseball in mid-March.
I don't want to say that the Dodgers are deep, but Betts and Freeman didn't play yesterday, and they're both not playing again today. 2 of their 3 best players.
You know, I asked David Sampson when we had him on yesterday, Dodgers of the field, and he took the field easily. Would you?
Yes, I would. I would. I mean, the Dodgers were down 2-1 to the Padres in a best of 5 last year. Yeah. You know those short series, Mark. Okay, anything can happen. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Listen, the DeVries guy can coach, but he had 3 kids from FSW in Southwest Florida, the JUCO. Marty Richter got him 3 players who all contributed mightily to his success at Drake. And his kid is a terrific player who transferred with him to West Virginia, got hurt, 6-9 games into this season, and is now going to transfer with his dad to Indiana to play his final year of eligibility. But ambient, that Ben McCollum guy who was a D2 superstar coach, he took his entire D2 team from Missouri, Southwest Missouri State or something like that. He brought the whole team with him to Drake, and they're going to the tournament. Play tomorrow, I think. I would have hired Chris Beard if I was Indiana, the Ole Miss coach who took Texas Tech to the title game. And if I'm West Virginia, I'm hiring Will Wade. Well, Ambien, I think he got double the money, and Indiana in the coaching ranks is still viewed as a blue blood job. But there are a lot of people that think West Virginia is a lot like Arkansas. Very passionate fan base, a lot of money associated with the program that people just don't think they have. Well, Paula, he was a manager at Indiana under Bob Knight. So there were a lot of people that thought that Indiana should have got rid of Woodson after last year so that Dusty didn't go to Michigan. That if Indiana had bailed on Woodson last year, that Dusty would have chose Indiana over Michigan.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Lee Sterling joins us then. Gary Sharp will join us 1 hour from now. He's in Providence, Rhode Island. Getting ready to call a first-round matchup in the coming days between Omaha and St. John's. Gary is the play-by-play voice of the Omaha Mavericks, one of those programs making the dance for the first time ever. And he's been there the whole journey. Talk to Gary 1 hour from now. Kevin Brockway to talk some Gators in our 8 a.m. Eastern hour. Our weekly chat with Seth Everett in a couple hours. And Trent Bally, former producer, huge hoop head. He told us all last year this is how it was going to go. And he lost 2 Final Four teams in the first round, including his national champion, Auburn. He was so bad we had to fire him. That's not entirely true. He left a couple months later, take another job. But we're giving him a chance at redemption.
You know, it is a valid point. He quit on us, and yet we bring him back all the time.
I know, which shows what suckers we are.
We really are.
We're a lot softer than the appearance that we give.
I agree.
Yeah.
We are the Miami Dolphins of radio hosts.
I don't know. There are times in which I think we're one of those NFL teams that's looking for a quarterback. I think we brought Jameis in for an interview the other day. I kind of feel like we're the Giants, Mark. 20 minutes before the hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Well, if you found True TV, then you saw a couple of play-in games last night. And one of them was terrific. Battle of 16 seeds. Alabama State completes a Hail Mary, and they get a little bank shot from 2 feet with 0.7 of a second to go to beat St. Francis 70-68. Next up for them is Auburn. Good for them. Meanwhile, happens every year. The one team that shouldn't have been in the tournament, you don't belong here. Doesn't mean you can't win games in the tournament. You just shouldn't have been allowed through the doors. They let North Carolina through the doors, and they demolished San Diego State last night, 95-68. R.J. Davis, 6 of 6 from 3. Next up for Carolina is Ole Miss. And that's on Friday, too. Carolina even gets a little extra rest. Tonight, battle of 16 seeds. American is a 2.5-point favorite against Mount St. Mary's. Then the battle of 11 seeds. Xavier, a 3.5-point favorite against Texas. Winner of that game gets Illinois. One other major college basketball note. West Virginia head coach Darren DeVries, he was there a year. Went from Drake to West Virginia. Remember, they were the ones that got screwed more than any other team. Should have been in the tournament. It's interesting. If Indiana basketball has a resurgence under Darren DeVries, will we look back at this selection committee? Mark, does DeVries get the Indiana job if he's preparing West Virginia for a first-round game tomorrow or Friday?
You know, that's a great question, David, and I think it's highly unlikely. I think Indiana was ready to move, and they wanted to pounce and get started on the portal and all the things that they have to do. And if he's in the tournament, he's not available.
Darren DeVries signs a 6-year deal, leaving West Virginia after a year to go to Indiana. Oh, yeah, he'll bring his kid, whose injury the committee cited as the reason why they left him, West Virginia, out of the tournament. He's going to follow Dad to Indiana. There were 7 NIT games last night. Kent State, Jacksonville State, and Chattanooga all won on the road. Arkansas State, Oklahoma State, Santa Clara, and Stanford all won at home. There are 9 NIT games tonight. One of them, North Alabama at Bradley. Another one's Dayton visiting FAU. FAU gets the game because, well, Dayton's arena is occupied. Women's tournament gets underway tonight. They do the whole play-in thing also, 2 16s, 2 11s. The 111 is Princeton against Iowa State, which is interesting. Ivy League against Big 12. The AP All-American team came out yesterday. Cooper Flagg and Johnny Broom, both unanimous for Duke and Auburn, respectively. Mark Sears of Alabama, Braden Smith of Purdue, no surprises here. And amazingly, for the first time ever, a Florida Gator is first team All-American, according to the Associated Press, and it's Walter Clayton Jr. Noah was second team his last year at Florida, and Horford was third team, if you go back to the last great, Gator run, if you will. But first ever Florida Gator to be first team AP All-American in college hoop, Walter Clayton Jr. Baseball yesterday, Dodgers beat the Cubs 4-1. Ohtani, 2 hits, 2 runs scored. Right now, they're playing again in Tokyo. Dodgers with 2 in the second. And I believe they lead the Cubs by that 2-0 score. Be nice if my phone worked here. All right, really would.
3-0 Dodgers, David. Top of the third, 3-0 Dodgers.
Yeah, Edmund homered for the Dodgers in the third, 3-0 LA. Then we go back to spring training, and the season starts a week from tomorrow on the 27th. Major League Baseball cashing out in Japan. By the way, did you see what the San Francisco Giants did yesterday? They announced
today
they sold 10% of their team to a private equity firm. We wonder how much of that we're going to see going forward in sports. All the sports leagues are making it legal to do so. The Giants sold 10% of their team to a private equity firm called 6th Street. Now, the estimated value of the Giants right now is $4.2 billion. So in theory, you figure 6th Street had to pay between $400 and $500 million just to own 10% of a Major League Baseball team. One other baseball note, he'll be 37 in May. Craig Kimbrell being allowed to continue his career where it started. The Braves signed him to a minor league deal. Kimbrell blew up last year, was released in September by the Orioles. He has 440 career saves. Is that a Hall of Fame closer career? It's close. It's right there. I mean, Wagner just got in with about the same number. Hockey last night, Caps with 3 in the third, beat the Wings 4-1. Detroit 3 points back of the final playoff spot in the East. Rangers now a point back for that playoff spot. Calgary came to New York, dominated them, outshot them 35-13, and beat them 2-1. The team that holds the final playoff spot in the East, Les Habitants, Marty St. Louis, Montreal Canadiens. 6-3 winners over Ottawa. Montreal has been hot.
Red hot.
Hot. Edmonton beat Utah 7-1. Oilers just 2 points back of Vegas for the division lead. Vancouver 6-2 over Winnipeg. Right now, the Canucks hold the final playoff spot in the West. They're tied with the Blues, who beat Nashville 4-1 last night, but Vancouver's played one less game. 4 games in the NBA last night. Mark, I would have lost money.
Yes, you would have. You were all over taking Cleveland to not lose back-to-back games, and they lost back-to-back games, David.
They were leading at the half. The Clippers outscored them by 18 in the second half and beat Cleveland 132-119. Golden State, no Steph Curry. Jimmy Butler said, "Oh, I can do my thing then." He scored 24. Warriors pull away in the fourth and beat Milwaukee 104-93. Golden State right now holding that precious 6th seed in the West, avoiding the play-in. Half a point ahead of, I think, half a game, I believe, ahead of Minnesota and a game ahead of the Clippers. Milwaukee right now is the 5 seed. They have fallen behind Indiana in the East. Boston beat Brooklyn 104-96. And Atlanta, they are comfortably in the 7 hole. They demolished Charlotte 134-102. Hawks 4.5 behind Detroit. Don't know if they have enough time to catch the Pistons and avoid the play-in. But right now, Atlanta in prime position to host either Orlando or Miami in the 7-8 play-in game. Right now, it would be Orlando. NFL. Brandon Graham played more games as a Philadelphia Eagle than anyone else ever. First-round pick 15 years ago. 2 Super Bowl titles. Graham retired yesterday. He'll definitely be a Ring of Honor guy. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he's definitely a Ring of Honor guy with the Eagles. I don't think they retire his number either. I just think, you put him up.
You acknowledge that career.
Right.
Absolutely.
Garrett Bradbury was unemployed for less than 12 hours. The Vikings cut him loose, and the Patriots said, yeah, we could use him because we had to let go of David Andrews because of injuries. So Bradbury signed a 2-year deal, and by the way, what a bargain. I guess the most he can make over the next 2 years is $12 million. That's pretty cheap for a starting center. He turns 31 in July. Matt Milano restructured his deal with Buffalo. The tackling machine who's had trouble staying healthy. Here's the deal, Mark. He gave the Bills $3 million back.
Right. But what did he get for that $3 million?
Free agency a year early.
There you go.
He's a free agent at the end of this year. Vikings signed former first-round pick corner Jeff Okudah. This will be his 4th team, and he's 26 years old. And Mecole Hardman. He was with the Chiefs. Speedy wideout. He signed with Green Bay. College baseball. I let you know because, well, we had some upsets last night. UCF beat Stetson. Don't know that that's an upset. Florida bombed Jacksonville. Mercer beat Florida State. That's an upset. Miami edged FAU. Auburn over Alabama State. And UAB lost to Troy. That's for our Huntsville audience. But, Mark, Tennessee was undefeated. They were the last undefeated college baseball team. They were 20-0. And they lost at home to East Tennessee State last night, gave up 2 in the 9th and 1 in the 10th, and lost 7-6.
Love those midweek games in college baseball. That's the opportunity. Unlike now every sport in college baseball teams, mostly by force, schedule everybody in their state.
Most of
For the
them
most
do.
part.
Right. Most of them do. There's a few, for whatever reason, like UCF has largely avoided FGCU for whatever reason. Yet Miami and South Florida have had no trouble playing FGCU.
But I know, my son happens to live in North Carolina, where they've got great baseball between North
Yep.
Carolina and Wake Forest and NC State, East Carolina, where he went to school. Campbell's really good. And these midweek Wednesday games are terrific. Coastal Carolina is kind of in that mix. So,
Sure.
they get great Wednesday games, and it's great for the sport. And last night, East Tennessee State beating Tennessee, it's great for the sport.
And there's an unwritten rule in college baseball where if you're the team getting the game that you otherwise would normally get, you can't throw your number one starter. Like Tennessee's throwing their number 5, number 6 starter last night. You got to come back with a midweek starter you don't come back with one of your weekend guys. You want the game. It's, our 5th, 6th guy against your 5th, 6th guy. May the best team win. So anyway, Mercer beating Florida State in Tallahassee, and East Tennessee State beating Tennessee last night at Lindsey Nelson Stadium in Knoxville. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a little college baseball that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I filled out my first bracket, my first and probably only bracket during the last commercial break.
Oh, wow. Why were you inspired?
We talked a little bit about it off the open, the games last night. I just wanted to make sure I got it in since I've already paid my cousin the money. I Venmoed him the cash. I figured I better fill out the bracket.
Okay.
So I'm ready.
So you're not waiting till like the last 11 matchup ends tonight. I thought you might do it tomorrow morning when if it's Xavier or Texas that moves on to face Illinois.
I'm taking Illinois either way.
Gotcha.
I'm taking Illinois either way, but I'm taking North Carolina to win another game.
Look at that.
Miller and Moulton. We'll see what Lee Sterling says about the madness. He's next.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years are behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Lee.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing great, thank you.
You guys got two shades of blue on, huh?
I'm actually green.
Oh, you're green. Green.
I'm
You got
green.
you got royal blue. Okay.
Morning.
Morning. What's new?
Just
Watching baseball? Background?
no. My TV stopped working in my room, and I yet to get it replaced.
How long has that been?
A while. So, like, I have to watch all my TV out in the living room.
I think it's time then, David.
I agree. I agree.
They're not that expensive.
I know.
No, not anymore. So, we'll go region to region, overrated, underrated, and I'll probably give you a game.
All right.
Between each region I like first round. And then my final four and winner. You guys released your winner yet? Or your
Nope.
final four?
We're doing it tomorrow.
Okay.
8:30, 8:38. We're going through our brackets tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe 7:38. It depends on the
text
guest
from
list.
my two daughters. I've won 2 of the last 3 times March Madness with my bracket for them. They both texted me yesterday. Got your bracket ready?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. We get over it together. Gary Sharp in about 35 minutes, the voice of the Omaha Mavericks. They're taking on St. John's. Kevin Brockway 1 hour from now to talk plenty of Gators. Seth Everett, Trent Bally joining us later on the show as well. But joining us now on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. That's Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports and ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. How are you?
I'm good. I can't complain.
You know, Lee,
you wouldn't buy it.
No, we wouldn't. But you know what's unusual is that, you have the same setup. You got all those great football helmets behind you. Yeah. You didn't replace the set with small little basketball shoes or something like that for March Madness today.
Well, I have them at home. So I have a basketball section in the man cave. I'll have to do, if we do one next week, if we do a follow-up, maybe I'll do it from home. So nice. I'll have the basketball section. You can see my Michael Jordan basketball shoes, a couple basketballs. Right. My daughter, where they have her picture on it when she sang the national anthem. And you can see my dog next to me.
Yeah, you have to adjust the set. Okay. You know how it works. I mean, when you're making your UFC picks, you got to get those dolls behind you, and what have you. All right. Curious, where do you want to start? Which region most intrigues you?
How about let's go south. Let's go top left. All right.
Auburn, the 1 seed.
Were you guys a little surprised they were number 1 overall seed?
No. I thought that they had determined that with 2.5-3 weeks left in the season, and even though Auburn faltered down the stretch, they had determined based on the number of quad 1 wins they had that Auburn was the number 1 seed.
Okay. So I believe there's only 6 or 7 teams that can win it this year. And I'm not going to give you a Jay Billis, all 4 number 1s, which he does almost every year. Once in a while, he'll throw in a number 2. But I think this is going to be, in the end, a chalk-marked madness, getting to the Final Four. But I think we're going to see a lot of great first-round games and a lot of excitement. I think Auburn's good, but I think Michigan State, Tom Izzo might be able to get it done. I don't like Iowa State. I mean, they've got two key injured players. And Texas A&M, their offensive efficiency numbers the last 6 games are just horrendous. Love their coach, but I can't see them going too far. Underrated teams in this region, Louisville, number 8, probably should have been number 6 seed. I think they'll win their first game. And I like UC San Diego. I like them plus 2.5. They're begging you to take Michigan. I think those Michigan guys can tell you what ring size they have. And think they're still basking in the glow of winning the Big Ten title. And I just think that UC San Diego, one of the top defensive teams, might be able to keep them in place, and I think they're going to win the game outright. But I think Michigan State advances in the South.
Okay, the 2 seed in the South. Below the South is the West? The Gators.
Yeah, the Gators.
The 1 seed.
Which most think is the toughest region out of the 4.
No question. St. John's is strong, great coaching. Obviously, Rick Pitino's won 2 titles. Texas Tech is playing really well. J.J. Toppin, if you don't know him, used to be at New Mexico. He was a transfer averaging almost 19 points a game.
By the way, think about how good Richard Pitino's New Mexico team would be if he had stayed at New Mexico, because they're a salty 10 as it is. They might be a top 4 seed with him.
Yep. I've been telling people that all year. Maryland's playing well. Show you how strong this region is. And these are two of my selections. I love Arkansas plus 4.5 against Kansas. This is not Kansas's year. They're just going through the motions. I mean, I love John Calipari as an underdog. As a favorite, not so much. But as a dog, chip on his shoulder, absolutely. Plus 4.5 in the first round. And then my most underrated team in the tournament, Colorado State, is a 12 seed. The odds makers, I think, got it right. They have them laying 2.5 points as a 12 seed. Maybe it's happened one time before, but I couldn't find it. Colorado State, I think, is going to take down Memphis. But I think Florida is going to get it done, even with a coach that's never won a tournament game.
I'll tell you what, I hope you're right on Colorado State only because it's my wife's alma mater. But I worry, and David and I have talked about this, the Mountain West has struggled in the tournament. San Diego State got blown out last night. Colorado State's made some tournaments and has exited in the first round. So we'll see how they do in a 12-5 game against Memphis. But Lee has Florida coming out of the West.
And Mark, if you probably watched them, not too many other people. Not only did they win the Mountain West and roll through their last 7-8 games, just destroyed every team they played.
They're playing well. Now win a tournament game. That's
right.
That's really the next step for them.
Yeah.
In the East, I think Duke might have been given the easiest path to the Final Four. Alabama doesn't play a lot of defense. I think Wisconsin's an overrated 3, and I'm not sure about Arizona as a 4. How do you see the East, Lee?
I agree. I think you put it in different terms. I think all those teams are fine. They're nice, but they have weaknesses or they have a certain ceiling like Wisconsin and Arizona, maybe St. Mary's. The one game I didn't want to see, they put together Virginia Commonwealth against BYU. 2 fun teams, 2 underrated teams. That's the game I want to watch the first round. But I'll take Virginia Commonwealth in that region, first round, plus 3.5 against BYU. No one knows who they are. They've won 12 of the last 13. I think they get the job done.
I think Dana Altman against the spread is the best coach in the tournament over the last 10 years. Right. Oregon is a 5. I have a feeling Oregon's going to get to the Sweet 16, and they may even be the one that gives Duke the best game in this region. So, okay, you've got 2 1s and a 2.
Yep.
All right. Michigan State, the Gators, and Duke. Yep. Lower right part of everybody's bracket is the Midwest with Houston as the 1 seed.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty common. Most people think that Tennessee and Kentucky are going to square off. I could see that happening. Probably Tennessee has a slight edge there. Houston, probably the first weekend they'll go without Tarman Lipsey, and I don't think they're going to miss a beat. Now, here's where I think they're different from past years. 2 years ago, they played Miami. They shot 38% of the field. They also couldn't shoot free throws. I don't believe they had anyone of their starting 5 shooting above 70% from the free throw line. They're a better shooting team from the field this year. They not only have one starter shooting above 70, they have another starter shooting above 80 and a third above 90% from the free throw line. I like Houston. 5 slam at 2 to advance.
I think they could have a very interesting second round game against Gonzaga.
Could, yeah. But Gonzaga is not the same team we've seen.
No, they're not. They're not, but they are peaking at the right time.
Right.
And they've got size down low so that they can defend with Houston. And that's where I'm with you, Lee, but I see David's point because Gonzaga is not afraid of that game. They're not afraid of that moment.
Well, and kind of like your theory on Calipari. Gonzaga is a favorite. Not necessarily, but back in an underdog role, which they haven't been in a lot in the last 15 years, who knows? So, all right. Got any flyers for us?
A couple first round games that I like. I like, believe it or not, McNeese State Cowboys, Will Wade. A lot of LSU fans are still upset he left, and this might lead to him getting another big job. So I like him there. And you want a blowout? UCLA. I think they're going to blow out Utah State. As you said, Mountain West, not great this year. UCLA can usually handle teams they're better than and might be able to score 85, 90 points on them and win by double digits.
Well, you gave us your Final Four. of Houston, Duke, Auburn, and Michigan State. Who's cutting down the nets?
I think it's going to be Houston. So may not be the best team, but I like them plus 650. If they win, and you guys bet it also, let's go to St. Bart's this summer. All right.
So it would be 3 1s and a 2.
Yeah.
It'd be Duke, Houston in the semis. It'd be Florida and Michigan State in the semis, which would, a little history there, 25 years after they played for the Natty. And Houston would be playing the Final Four in San Antonio.
Yeah.
So very interesting.
Plus
By the way,
plus 650, guys.
That's not bad.
Houston, not bad.
Little value there. I'll say this. I like High Point over Purdue. On the other side, like you've got McNeese, the 12 over Clemson, the 5. I'll go the other way. I'll go the 4-13. Give me High Point against Purdue.
Right. I like it.
What the hell? What do we know?
And I like Drake against Missouri in a 6-11 matchup. I would not be surprised at all to see Drake win.
You know what? I'm probably going to play that game live, and here's why. Missouri is a really good shooting team, above 37% from three-point land. If they get off to a good start, look out.
Right.
Drake is going to have trouble with them. I'm going to watch probably the first 5-6 minutes and play that game live. If it's a slowdown game and Drake is up 10-8, 12 minutes into the game, 12 minutes left in the first half, I think Drake might be the play there.
Drake goes literally 5 deep.
Yep. That's it.
I mean, this also might be do you play Drake in the first half and play Missouri in the second? I worry about Drake wearing down, even though you don't need a lot of depth in the tournament, but Drake literally has none.
Right.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. All right. We'll hold you to it. 3 1s and a 2.
They want to hop on board. 197 entire tournament, all 3 weeks. We've won 7 the last 8 tournaments. Didn't do too shabby. First time ever NFL playoffs. Perfect 10-0 record. So never done it before. Let's have another winning tournament.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. All the best, Lee, and just work on your Jordans behind you.
Okay.
Remove the football helmets for the basketball stuff. That's
maybe next Friday.
There you go.
I'm still alive. We'll do it from the home man cave. You can check it out. All right.
Perfect. Thanks, Lee.
All right. See you guys.
Lee Sterling joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Gary Sharp in 25 minutes, the voice of the Omaha Mavericks, one of those first ever bid schools. We love those stories.
And for everybody, I'm excited for Gary just because he's put in the work, he's put in the time. You experienced it with FGCU all those years ago and were able to go on a historic run with them. Right. I don't know if Gary will have that same luck, but just to be able to get to the tournament is a hell of an accomplishment, and the hard work he's put in with Omaha, well-deserved. Miller and Moulton, still a lot to talk about on the show. Kevin Brockway, Seth Everett, Trent Bally, all still ahead on Miller and Moulton.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Lee went Florida, Michigan State, Duke, Houston. Houston to cut down the nets. He liked Colorado State against Memphis, even though the 12 is favored there. He likes McNeese against Clemson. And he likes San Diego against Michigan. Oh boy. Son of
I got something to get us started here if you don't. Have a little fun.
Okay.
I don't understand, for whatever reason, X is not working on Google Chrome for me. I have to go to Microsoft Edge to get X to come up at all on my computer. I do not understand it.
That's interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour, talking a lot of hoops in a very, well, lighthearted, casual way today. We know the full bracket gets underway tomorrow. Everybody has to have their picks in a little more than 24 hours. But we're just going to sit back and kick it around today on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question deals with the hoops. How many 1 seeds will make it to the Final Four? And Mark didn't even put up 0. He doesn't even think that's an option.
No.
Not this year.
Not a chance. I would lose so much money if 0 came up. I don't see how. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I was in between 2 and 3. You know me with the chalk.
Well, that's where most people are living, either 2 or 3. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Please vote.
21,000 is the text line. If you haven't texted the show in a while, you need to text the keyword Miller. That opts you into the program, and we can communicate that way. You can send in your Final Four picks, your champion picks, your upset picks, whatever you want. Text as much as you'd like. I'll communicate with you. But, David, I have a question for you. Today is National Poultry Day.
Okay.
So what is your favorite way to eat chicken? And please tell me it's a nugget.
Well, it's not.
No?
No.
Your love of the nugget is not on top of the chicken family.
No, the nugget serves a tremendous purpose. It does. In fact, I had 10 of them yesterday. But no. I mean, I prefer a chicken salad sandwich before I would get an order of nuggets. Never mind, I'd get a full, bird at Publix and just keep it to myself and attack it with my hands. Just attack it. So, already warm too. It's been, under the fryer there. I mean, it barely makes it. The only reason it makes it home, Mark, is that it gets your hands so greasy that literally you could crash the car.
So it's a valid point you make there, David. I am a big fan of the Costco rotisserie chicken.
Right.
Might be the best deal in America. Like no. I'm not joking. It's $5 for a fully cooked rotisserie chicken.
That's a good deal.
A raw chicken, just 2 aisles down from where the cooked rotisserie chicken is like $7.50. It's cheaper to buy the cooked chicken than the raw chicken. The problem, like you say, David, is that when I get that sucker in the car, it smells so good.
Yes, it does. And it's right there.
And what happens when you go for a drumstick?
Yep.
You go rip off a drumstick. And what inevitably happens is you get just meat. The skin just sticks with the rest of the chicken. And you're pissed because that chicken skin is fantastic. Then you make the mistake, and this is where having a lot of napkins in the car is paramount.
Yes.
Because you make the mistake of reaching in the bag and grabbing the chicken skin from just the drumstick. And what will happen is, if you're able to pull that off and just get that little piece, well, it's not enough. Then you go back in and you pull a big hunk of skin off of the chicken breast. And now you're in a grease trap. And your steering wheel's a mess. There's a chance it's on your clothes. So I'm with you, David. It is delicious. It's hard to resist. But because of the grease factor, you've got to try like a son of a gun to get yourself home before you start going after that chicken.
True story. One time, exactly what you described played out. Didn't get the skin with the drumstick, went back in for the skin. And then, well, I can't stop there. I'm not home yet. Okay. And literally, Mark, I'm at the light and I take the chicken still in and I pull it out of the bag and I have my face in the side of the chicken and I am just eating it. Okay. I'm not using my hands at this point.
You're using the bag basically as to hold the chicken?
Holding the bag. I have it 3/4 slid out of the bag. I'm holding the bag with my left hand, the chicken under the cardboard with my right, and I am just eating. Like this is my dying meal and I'm going to the chamber. And then what happens? The light changes.
And you're done.
And I'm a mess and I got to go. And I literally looked over to my right and people are looking at me like, did you see what this guy's doing in his car?
You got caught at the light devouring a chicken?
And not with my hands, with my face.
Right.
Right. Now, I will say the hands stayed clean. I could just put the thing down.
But your face
was a
is
mess
covered in grease.
completely. And so I'm driving with the one hand. And like you said, I mean, I have 712 napkins in the middle of my thing at all times. Okay. And so I am just doing my face with all the napkins and it just, yeah. Yep. So, I mean, that could be the best way to do chicken. I mean, with just, with your face in
your
bag,
face
in your bag. But most people don't do it that way because, well, they're normal human beings.
That is great. I'm so happy to hear that someone saw you.
Oh yeah, all family.
You've got nothing at that point. When you look up and look to your right or left, and you've got chicken grease all over your face. And you're looking at a family in their minivan heading out to do whatever they're doing. And they're going, oh, my God, look at the guy next to us eating.
Right.
And now they're all watching.
Totally.
And the fact that you looked up and gave them that look. And there could have been chicken hanging out of your mouth at that point.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of like when you don't know if you've got like a snot coming out. Yeah, I probably had half a chicken hanging out of my right side. Right. And they're looking at me in horror. I looked at them and kind of gave them a nod like, not bad, huh?
I mean, most shows, Poultry Day.
Right. Most shows would break down the brackets today. We're breaking down eating chicken. It's Miller and Moulton. That's how we roll. So
Nuggets a lot further down on the Moulton list than I would have expected.
Yeah, they're just handy. They're convenient. All right. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'd eat 30, 40 of them.
Right.
Just to get home and then to have dinner. But I love when they you order nuggets and they're like, do you want a meal? No, I don't want the meal. In fact, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to double up on the nuggets. I order one barbecue, one honey mustard with the sauce too. And they get agitated. It's kind of like, really? I'm like, yeah, I'm one of those. I know I get 2 sauces for 10 nuggets. I want one of each. I do.
I can't tell you the last time I've had a nugget. I've stolen some of the chicken fingers, from the daughter at a restaurant. I've taken down one of those. I cannot tell you the last time I had a nugget.
Yeah, me neither. It's been 20 hours.
Probably have some today too, won't you?
Now I will. Talking about poultry all damn morning. Damn right. Hell, might have it for dinner too. Might double up. I mean, you know me, Mark, eat like 5 meals a day. I mean, why can't 2 of them be poultry?
You know what, David? Stay on the health kick that you're on. Have 2
Right.
poultry meals. That should cure everything.
Totally. And I'm losing weight too. It's fantastic.
Miller and Moulton on National Poultry Day as we get ready for the brackets. Texter said, David, you scared those people for life.
Definitely.
It's quite
Absolutely.
possible.
Yep. The parents just said, see, kids, when you don't listen to what we say, that's how you turn out. Okay, Mom. Okay, Dad. Whatever you say. I'll help with the groceries when I get home. Darn right. Don't want to look like that. Gary Sharp. Let's talk about a 15 seed making its first run. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You sent the link, right?
Yeah, I sent Gary the link.
Oh. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Gary.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you?
What, 14 years play-by-play?
No, I've only done it for 12. So when I moved from Fort Myers up here, I didn't do it the first year. I did a couple of games. The guy that actually was doing it before is the radio voice of the Astros now.
Gotcha.
And so I've been doing it for 12. So they've been D1 for 14. They've been eligible to be in the tournament for 9.
Right.
So we haven't seen much of Providence. We landed and came straight to the hotel, but today is the busy day.
And you guys play late tomorrow night, right?
Yes. Hey, David, we play at 9:45 local time. Patino's going to have to get his grandpa nap in before the game. 72.
Who's the CBS announcers there?
Andrew Catalan and
Gotcha.
Steve Lapis.
Gotcha.
So we do not have the A crew.
Well, the A crew's in Raleigh.
Yeah, they're in Raleigh.
Yeah.
That's all right, though. Catalan and Lapis were the ones that had FDU as the 16 beating Purdue.
That's true. So if you remember the story, there was a kid that was a junior that was running the athletic communications department for FDU.
Right.
He is now at Omaha.
Oh.
Yeah. So just 2 years ago. So yeah, he has shared all of his stories of that because it was kind of ironic. They lost in their conference tournament, but the team they lost to was not eligible for the NCAA. So they got in on a technicality. They had to go to the play-in game, won, and then went and beat Purdue. So that almost happened to Omaha.
That's true.
But how are you guys?
We're okay.
We're surviving.
Yeah.
Little engine that could.
Mark's
Oh
in the
my God.
239. I'm in the 904.
Yeah.
And, it just
Could use a couple more sponsors as always, but we're plugging along every morning. You know the story.
I know you guys have grinded for so long, but I enjoy it when I get a chance to flip you on and see and listen, man. You guys are the same. It is magic, man.
Thank you, Gary.
appreciate that. I don't know about magic, but it's something.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, will join us at the top of the hour. See, that's a one seed. We like to give you the full flavor of the tournament. You know, Miller and Moulton, a little engine that could show. We like the little engine that could programs. Joining us now on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Gary Sharp, the voice of the Omaha Mavericks, the champions of the Summit League, a 15 seed, no chance in hell tomorrow night against St. John's. Right, Gary?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's 18.5-point underdog. I don't even know if they'll cover, even though they are 23-9 this year against the spread. I mean, we got a nice plane trip into Providence. It was a charter. Brought the cheerleaders, brought the band, brought the mascot. Yeah, I mean, we'll get probably a nice meal today, and then we'll get to go home.
All right. In all seriousness, when you get to do that for you, for the team, the coaches, you're doing Omaha basketball. You're not flying charter. You know, you're not traveling that way normally. So just how was the experience? How did the guys take in the experience of what the tournament is?
Well, you know, it's been pretty cool. So Omaha hasn't played since last Sunday when they won the Summit League title, Mark. And, you know, Omaha's only been Division I in athletics for 14 years. Hockey, they've been for about 25. And they've only been eligible for the tournament for 9 times. And twice they've come close with some really good teams that probably wouldn't have been a 15 or a 16 seed. But you're in a town where Creighton is the basketball program. They play in an NBA arena. They draw 17,000. They're one of the top teams in the Big East. So you have to find your niche. And ever since they won the regular season, then a week later won the postseason title, I mean, it's been a whirlwind. There has been more information and discussion about Omaha basketball than there has ever been in the city of Omaha. And they had a big send-off yesterday, and there was a really great crowd that was outside of their arena. I think guys are soaking this in, but I will tell you, this is what happens in this tournament, and anything can happen. And, you know, I mean, everybody knows the challenge that Omaha will have tomorrow night against St. John's, but it's the magic of March Madness that anything can happen. On one night, the team that is from the Summit League can upset the team that won the regular season and postseason in the Big East. So I think guys are excited, but you have to go from being where you're not used to this, the travel, the attention, to dialing it back in where you got to play a game. And oh, by the way, you're playing a really, really good basketball team. So this is kind of like that transition day. They've celebrated for about 8 days. Now it's back to basketball today with the practice and the open workout, and then tomorrow night.
Well, tell us just, a cheat sheet version of the Mavs, because we've had, I don't have to tell you, 4 15s make it to the Sweet 16 in the last 12 years. It obviously started 12 years ago with FGCU. And by the way, they beat the regular season Big East champs in Georgetown in that 2-15 matchup to get it started. So, it just, what does Omaha bring to this fight? We know what St. John's brings. What does Omaha bring?
They bring a team that's a little bit older, like goes against the normal conversation about college basketball. Chris Crutchfield's been the head coach here for 3 years, guys, and he played football when they had football at Omaha and basketball. So he's back at his alma mater. He had been a longtime assistant under Lon Kruger at OU. Most recently, he was with Dana Altman out at Oregon. Comes back to his alma mater. The first year they won 9, then they won 15, and then Mark's Michigan State Spartans took Frankie Fiddler from us, who was a 20-point scorer last year. But instead of going, we're in trouble, they had core guys that they brought in on day one, 4 key guys that have stayed with the program, and those guys have risen to the forefront. They're an exciting team. They're kind of guard-oriented. They're going to need to hit a lot of threes, but they have the Summit League Player of the Year in Markel Sutton, who is one of those junior college guys that's going to play at a Power 5 next year. He averaged 19 points a game. They're a fun team to watch, but they guard. They play hard. This might be a rock fight tomorrow night if it turns into a half-court game, which I don't think Omaha wants because that might be tough to score against St. John's. But they play hard. They're not built like a Summit League team. If you watch any Summit League basketball, if you're familiar with South Dakota State, it's usually 1 big man and 4 guards. So it's a kind of a 5-out offense where you have a lot of shooters. Omaha is built more like, I would say, a Missouri Valley Conference team where they have more length and they have more size. But they still have 3 shooters that are pretty key. They have a really good point guard in J.J. White. They're a really good team in the Summit League that were 4-9 at one point, and they kicked a trash can, and the next thing you know, they're 22-12, and they're in the NCAA tournament for the first time.
Kick the trash can. Do tell, because there is a Astros vibe that I've been gathering from Omaha. What's going on with the damn trash can?
Okay, so here's the deal. And no one with us thought this would become as big as it has, where it has drawn so much attention that we've got Tony Khan right there in David's World in Jacksonville with AEW, now has become the biggest Omaha men's basketball fan. We got AEW wrestlers that are coming to Omaha to celebrate with the team. So they were 4-9, had gotten beat pretty bad by Iowa State. The next game before Christmas, the assistant coach, Kyan Brown, is walking through the locker room, doesn't like the vibe, puts a trash can in the corner and kicks it to get people's attention. Half the room went, uh-oh. The other half was like, yeah. And so everybody surrounded this trash can and were yelling at it and kicking it. Omaha goes out and plays one of their best games. And so it became a thing after Omaha wins, they kick a trash can. And it's turned into this wrestling vibe where we've got a player jumping off the top of a Coke machine onto it. We've got the strength and conditioning coach, looks like Nacho Libre. He takes his shirt off and destroys a trash can. We got the Outrunners from AEW. They come into the locker room and they destroy a trash can. We've got assistant coaches that are jumping off the top of lockers onto a trash can after a game. So it's, they're more than a trash can team, but that's the thing that has opened the door for people to look at Omaha basketball. It's been really fun. It would be it might be the most incredible locker room celebration in the history of the NCAA tournament if they beat St. John's tomorrow night on what they kind of have planned if they're able to win. But it's a cool story that really no one thought would take off like it has, where it's gotten so much national attention.
We know Gary Sharp because we all spent some time together in the 239. Gary's been out in Omaha for a while now. And Gary, like us, doing the sports talk radio thing while also doing the play-by-play thing because, well, we all make so much money. You can hear Gary on 1620 The Zone. Sharp and Hanley is the show. You can follow Gary on X at Gary Sharp 1620, Gary Sharp 1620. So you've got this trash can thing, but you also have a good luck charm, right?
Yes. So the FDU beating Purdue, the young man who was in charge of communications, Jordan Sarnoff, was at
Because
FDU, and now
they didn't have really a sports information department, a
no,
media relations
not.
person. And so
He,
this kid all of a sudden is handling them
yeah.
conquering the world.
Yeah, so he was 20 years old 2 years ago. He's at FDU as a student, and he loves basketball. And so he starts running their communications department, and he's the only show. They didn't have radio. They didn't have, they didn't have anybody covering the team. And he's the information source for this team that is now upset the number 1 seed Purdue. And he became a story. Well, he graduated. He was looking for a job. He got hired by Omaha in September. And so Jordan is like in heaven here. I mean, this is his favorite time of the year. So he is our good luck charm that he has seen this happen before. So we'll try and rub his head a little bit and see what happens tomorrow night. But it's a challenge. I've seen St. John's a couple of times with them playing in the Big East and playing Creighton, and they're a really, really good team. I mean, they've lost once since New Year's Eve when they lost in Omaha to Creighton. This is a typical Pitino team. They play hard. They don't shoot threes. They don't shoot free throws. But, man, they have some dudes, and it should be a lot of fun. I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's a 2 versus 15. You mentioned, David, it can happen. We saw it happen with Dunk City. It's the magic of March Madness. But from Omaha's perspective, they finally got here. Guys get to experience it. It changes your athletic department. We all saw at FGCU how it changed more applications into this school, more attention to the school. And we've seen what it's, 10 plus years later, what it has done to the facilities, to the school. It's kind of going to do the same thing to Omaha with the attention they're getting. It's the greatest athletic achievement that the athletic department has had, and that includes a trip to the Frozen Four for hockey.
All right. How do they pull off the miracle? St. John's at times has struggled turning the ball over. Mm-hmm. That seems to be one way. You mentioned the three-point shot, Gary. Omaha shoots the three ball pretty well. It seems to me like it's a combination of somehow turning St. John's over and having a hell of a night from beyond the arc.
Yeah, you got to shoot lights out from 3. You got to, not turn the ball over and attack the glass, and then make it a tension convention. The one thing with St. John's is you get to about 10 minutes to go in the game, and they might be down by like 3 or it's a tie game, and then all of a sudden they turn the water off and they're up by 15, and you're like, how did that happen? So for a team like Omaha that doesn't have the depth to match or the size to match St. John's, you have to keep it tight, and you just have to stick with it. You're going to have to play really, really hard, but hit the threes, don't turn the ball over, and hope that St. John's wants to press, because I think Omaha would struggle in the half court. But if they press them and they get up and down the floor, I think that's Omaha's best chance to pull off a type of upset. But don't be surprised if Omaha hangs for a while in this game. I know the point spread is pretty large, but I think Omaha has enough ingredients, and they're much better than the last time they played a Power 5. They got blown out by Iowa State, but that was way back in December. And the Summit League is not bad. So I think Omaha will hang for a while. It's just, where do you find that knockout punch where the other team goes, uh-oh, we're in trouble. At 30-4, we shouldn't be in a game with a team that is 22-12 and the number 15 seed.
Pitino did lose one of these games one time. I think he lost a 3-14
game.
He did. Forget the team. I saw the highlight just the other day. Kid hit a 3 at the buzzer, basically, and beat him in a rock fight 64-63 game when he was at Louisville 2 years before they won their natty. So Pitino has suffered a loss like this before. Hey, do you have, like when FGCU did their thing 12 years ago, Mark and I were regaling with some of you have no idea from where it is they came from and where they are now. And some of the war stories that we had on the road with the team, more me than Mark, but we both had war stories. I'm just curious, when this finally happened, Gary, you've been traveling the country doing your talk radio thing and your play-by-play thing. Okay, I'm just curious, like, what's the one war story when people go, tell me about Omaha basketball, and you go, let me tell you how far they've come?
There's a lot of travel stories out there. I will tell you this year's team, and we kind of joke about it, and maybe we shouldn't. So, when you're a mid-major, you play an incredible non-conference schedule, where I will say this, I'm very blessed to have seen a lot of the world, a lot of the country, I should say, because we play everywhere. You play in all 4 time zones. You play Power 5, you play in Flagstaff, Arizona. We played out in Sacramento this year. So we played Sacramento State, and it kind of, it's one that, like, hey, that might've been the turning point. Sometimes you don't stay in the nicest accommodations. Well, one of our key players had a bed bug issue and woke up the morning of the game and had these huge welts all over his body, and they were trying to figure it out. And they're like, "Oh my God, he has bed bugs." We were staying in what we thought was a nice hotel. Well, we've kind of used that as a rallying cry. As, I bet St. John's has never stayed in a hotel where their players are getting, bit by bed bugs. So it's, it makes you appreciate it more when you finally get there. And that, David and Mark, is because you go through so much and you see guys grind, and they don't have the luxury of the other schools that are, single seeds. But man, it makes it more rewarding when you finally break through and you get there and you're like, you know what? All that stuff we went through, not the shiny facilities that we practice in, it makes it even more of an accomplishment. And I think that's how Omaha's looked at it. They don't even have a practice facility. They share a field house with all the other sports. But in turn, their success this year is probably going to lead to getting their own facility. So there's a lot of challenges to get to this point and to be a 15 seed, but there's a lot of rewards on the other end. And of course, this, there is a huge reward if you're able to pull off an upset and you wake up Friday morning and the whole country is talking about you before the noon games tip off.
How does Omaha avoid being a deer in the headlights tonight? All the things you describe are great, Gary. And as I'm thinking of that going, is the moment going to be too much for these kids? And how do they avoid that?
Quick start. They got to hit shots right away. They can't get buried where St. John's is going downhill. So it's going to have to be a game where you get to that under 12 media timeout in the first half, and the game is still tight. It's not like all of a sudden it's 11-2, because I don't like Omaha's chances if they have to come back. But this team is built a little bit different. There are guys that are jerks on this team. So they are living for this moment. They're not like, hey, the thing was finished. They actually do believe that you can pull off an upset, but they all have different backgrounds where, you've never told them that they can't do something. And I think that helps when you get here, because guys are like, well, everybody's telling us that we should get beat by 18 points. And these are guys are going, I've never been, no, not today. Not today. So it starts at the top, and the head coach has kind of laid that out. He said one thing to him really interesting last week, guys, when it looked like Omaha would go from the play-in game to the 15. He said, start thinking about what it takes for a 15 to beat a 2, because it has happened and it will happen, and you guys can be that. But you got to start thinking about how do you do that. And that was last Thursday before they found out that they would be playing St. John's as a 15-2.
And they're an 18.5-point underdog. They're the late game tomorrow night in Providence. Gary, enjoy Providence. It's a great little city. I know you got today after your show to enjoy it. Have a great call, safe travels, and hopefully we talk again soon.
Hey, I appreciate it as always, guys. Thanks for having me on, and enjoy the tournament and enjoy late night in Providence tomorrow night.
Yes,
absolutely.
Gary Sharp.
Thanks, guys.
16:20 The Zone in Omaha. The Mavericks and the Johnnies. Miller and Moulton. From a 15 to a 1. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators. Are they going to cut down the nets?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, guys, I hope you appreciate the story for what it was. I mean, it's a 15 seed against the 2. I mean, and St. John's will likely pound them, but, it's a neat little story. That's all. It's not bad. It's ham and cheese breakfast sandwich. Usually all you see is sausage. So, and no egg too, which the fake egg stuff is awful. Ambient. I mean, I'll never click it when you send links.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this hump day, so we are right smack dab in the middle of our week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, Seth Everett in a little more than 35 minutes. Trent Bally giving a mulligan. A reprieve from the governor. His picks were so bad last year. We're going to give him another chance coming up 1 hour from now. Our next guest covers the Gators. We went from a 15 seed in Omaha to the Gators, who many think are going to cut down the nets, and he covers them for the Gainesville Sun, and his work appears throughout the state of Florida as part of the Gannett Florida Network. He's Kevin Brockway. You can follow Kevin on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, it's David and Mark. Hope you've been well. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's interesting times, and obviously coming off that SEC tournament championship, Florida's got some pretty good momentum going into the NCAA tournament.
Kevin, I'm a Michigan State guy. I wanted them to get beat in the Big Ten tournament because they'd been on a little run. Any worry about exhaustion for this Gator team? They play virtually with 7 guys in the long run of the tournament, or is this just part of the course of action in order to get to San Antonio?
It's interesting because I think 7 of the last 10 national champions have lost their conference tournaments. So it seems like recently an argument can be made for that, but I go back to the 2014 team. They made the Final Four. They won the SEC tournament. 2017 won it all. They won the SEC tournament. So I think if you're good enough, you're good enough. Being the 1 seed and clinching that 1 seed in the tournament, I think, sets up well for them. You've got the 16 to start. And that's the kind of game where, presumably if you can get off of that nice lead, you can kind of rest guys. And they're actually a little deeper right now. They're playing 9 right now because they've got Micah Hanlock coming off the bench too, and this Urban Klafschar has come on too as another shooting guard. Really good 3-point shooter, and so they've got depth. They've got guys. I think they're going to be able to withstand this and play really well in Raleigh this weekend.
I saw them very early in the season. They routed Jacksonville at home. Well, they should rout Jacksonville at home. Okay, but we jumped on them early, in which we thought they're built perfectly to go to the Final Four. When did you first think that? When did they first think that?
I really thought that first Tennessee game, when they beat Tennessee by 30, in the O'Connell Center, bouncing back from that Kentucky loss, that kind of told me that, hey, look, this is a really, this has a chance to be a really special team because, Tennessee, projected to be one of the heavyweights in the SEC, and they were. But that told me, David, that this is a good team. And they have a lot of answers. They really do. They have a deep front court. You got 4 guys that you can rotate in and out. And, first it was Sam Alexis, and he went down. Now it's Micah Hanlock and coming back. You've got an All-American point guard in, Walter Clayton Jr., who's not afraid of the moment, not afraid of the big shot. And then, I was talking to Tom Crean yesterday. He thinks Will Richards is going to be an NBA player. Elijah Martin is another guy who, obviously comes from FAU and gives them that, perimeter defense, that toughness, and can score. And Denzel Aberdeen coming off the bench. So they cross off a lot of boxes for a team that can really make a deep run. And I think the only thing is, just making sure you kind of bring that intensity every night. I think the matchup, I think the West is a tough region, but I still think it's a region where they match up pretty well with a lot of teams.
That offense comes in waves at you too, which I like. But the other side of Florida is that from a defensive standpoint, their tenacity is really strong. If by chance their offense isn't going, which it usually is, they've got the ability to pick up the game on D.
Yeah, they're 10 in KenPom, adjusted defensive efficiency on the season. I mean, I think sometimes they give up points, but that's because of the pace that they play at. And they're really good on the boards. The defensive boards, they hold teams to one shot. They get second chance opportunities. Hand logged in gives them another rim protector that can block and alter shots, along with Chinyelu, who has, the 7'6" wingspan and is really good in there. On the perimeter, I think, Walter Clayton and Will Richard are much improved perimeter defenders from last year. And Elijah Martin is a really tough guy out there. I mean, Elijah Martin, he was a former All-State football player at Pike High School in Summit. He's got some toughness to him. And I think that's really rubbed off on some of the other players in terms of how they play perimeter defense.
What's the Todd Golden effect? Okay, what has he added to the equation besides the fact that obviously he did a very good job recruiting, and that's a big part of being a college coach, but where's his touch, or more than a touch, been on this team?
He's a young guy. He came in as the youngest coach in the SEC, Dave. He's 37. Now he's 39, but I think he just really relates to his players, and the players relate to him. They kind of feed off his energy a little bit. He's a very positive guy. He can have his moments, though, where he can be tough when he has to. But I do think that, a lot of people say a player's coach, just kind of a guy that believes in his players, and his players believe back in him. Obviously the analytics background, too, how they do things, just a very smart staff. And I think the whole staff, too. John Anderchek, on defense is a guy that, Colin Hartman works really well with the bigs, and Kevin Hovde is the, de facto offensive coordinator, and they have the number one offense in the country right now for KenPom. That's something I'm writing about this week, just the anatomy of this offense and how it, it puts teams in so many binds. So I think they're very good floor coaches too. But I do think that how Todd relates to his players, and how they play for him, and how he's kind of fostered an atmosphere too. I think also where they play for each other and find joy in playing for each other too. It's a throwback group. It reminds me a lot of the 14 team and the 06-07 team that way, and that, not really any selfish guys. They're guys that kind of, take joy in seeing each other have success.
Kevin, one of the things that I think will help Florida, and I'm just curious if you agree, is that in the SEC, with it being so good, you play Alabama. They play as fast of a tempo as you can play. Tennessee plays a little more physical. I mean, through the gauntlet of the SEC schedule, Florida's faced damn near every style that you're going to see in this tournament. That would seem to me to be a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, no question. I agree. And I've talked to Todd about that, just the contrast, the different styles that you see. And I just think the talent in general. I mean, you look at all these All-American teams, Jedi Broom is on them. Zakai Ziegler is on them. Chaz Lanier is on a lot of them. Mark Shears is on a lot of them. So there's a lot of talented players in this league that you match up with on a night in and night out basis. I think they might see JT Toppin in the Elite Eight, or RJ Lewis from St. John's, possibly. It's a Big East Player of the Year, Big 12 Player of the Year. But you just see so many good players in this league that I think that you learn how to match up with them, you learn how to defend them, you learn how to deal with them. I think that's gonna bode pretty well. And I think this is a Florida team. They like to play fast. They like to push the pace, and they like to, get the game going on their terms too. And I think that's going to be very, very difficult for certain teams in this tournament to adjust to.
If the Gators lose before San Antonio, it will be because?
I think maybe, you come out, you have a bad half, defensive intensity. Sometimes they could be a little late on rotations here and there, give up some threes. Maybe free throw shooting a little bit too. That's a little bit of a bugaboo. But other than that, there aren't too many weaknesses on this team, David. It's a pretty complete team that can win in a lot of different ways. So I would expect them to at least get 3 or 4 wins, through this tournament. And from there, you never know.
Are they tough enough? And I don't mean to ask that in a lame way, Kevin, but when let's just say they get UConn, who's a physical team that they're better in, can they play that physical, tough game and win a rock fight? Because that's not normally what they have to do.
I think they are, no, because they proved it against Tennessee, beating them 2 out of 3. And that game, that SEC tournament final game, was a physical game. And they stood up to that. And, just watching them up close there, they've got plenty of bodies that they bang around. They're, you look at what they do on the boards. I think, one of the reasons why they lost the Georgia game, which was their last loss, I mean, they've won 12 of the last 13. But, Alex Condon not being back 100%, I think kind of caught up to him in that game. And Condon is 6'11" and 230, and he just plays, really rugged. And, former Australian rules football guy. Tommy Houck throws his body around everywhere. Chinielu is a big body. Micah Hanlogden has gotten much stronger. And the guards, Elijah Martin, Walter Clayton are former high school football players. They've got plenty of toughness on this team, I think.
Well, enjoy your trip to San Antonio, because anything less than that obviously will be a big disappointment. And I know you've made this.
Don't fix this yet. I'm going to enjoy my trip to Raleigh, and you go from there, because we do know, first, we've seen plenty of talented teams that, sometimes it does happen, but I would be, highly surprised if it does.
Kevin Brockway covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun, and his work is also in every Gannett paper in the state of Florida. You can follow Kevin on X, Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, safe travels. Enjoy the run. Hopefully we can talk again.
All right. Sounds good.
Kevin Brockway, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. He's done this run with the Gators before, but it has been a while. It has been a while.
Little update from Tokyo. I know you haven't been able to live without this. Dodgers now up 6-3. Ohtani with a home run.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my goodness. The place might be ready to crumble.
You got it.
Well, nice to see him show up and deliver. A lot of pressure on him to perform in his home country. And he has 2 hits, 2 runs scored yesterday. A homer today. Remember, he's coming off of 2 serious injuries, the Tommy John on the one elbow and the torn labrum on the other shoulder, which he injured sliding in the World Series.
Seems to be affecting him at the plate quite a bit.
Well, it's good because the Dodgers don't have a lot of depth, Mark. I mean,
how they get through this series is beyond me. Oh, yeah, that's right. Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts aren't playing.
Right. And they've outscored them, 9-4, 10-4
right.
So far?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. So keep you updated. First 2 games of the season. Otherwise, the rest of the season starts a week from tomorrow. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
According to the Naples Daily News on X, some lean cuisine Stouffer's meals recalled for for possible presence of wood.
Huh.
Who didn't think they weren't eating cardboard when eating a lean cuisine meal?
I wasn't paying attention to the Twitch chat room during the commercial break here, so sorry.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett in a little more than 15 minutes time. Trent Valley with a mulligan. We'll get his bracket, College Hoops Head, at the top of the hour. He was awful last year. Awful. 2 Final Four teams bounced in the first round. His national champion bounced in the first round because he had Auburn winning it all. They lost to Yale right out of the chute. Many people think Yale's going to do it again to Texas A&M in a 4-13. We'll see. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we got some football news.
We did.
To talk about.
We do. Apparently, the Vikings are not, I repeat, are not pursuing Aaron Rodgers.
Nope. They thought about it. They apparently even entertained some trade calls. People saying, hey, if you're going to sign Rodgers, we'll take J.J. McCarthy off your hands. What do you think? What do you want? They said, no, we're good. We drafted him for a reason. Okay. And we got rid of Darnold for a reason. He's our guy. Did they make, in your estimation, Mark, the right decision?
Well, I don't know, David, because there's part of me that's been thinking for a while, and we brought this up with Pat a couple of weeks ago. Now, maybe Caleb Williams will be the bust of this quarterback class because his first year certainly at best, you could call it an incomplete. You could give it a lot worse grade than that. But it looked like most of these quarterbacks could play. And usually there's one that can't.
Right. And there were 5 taken in the first or 6. Wasn't it 6? 6.
We had May,
you had 12.
Caleb, you had Daniels, you had Nix, you had Penix, and you had McCarthy.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 8, 11, and 12, I believe, were where the quarterbacks were taken last year. And you're right. I mean, Penix limited time, but looked pretty good. Drake May
certainly improved in the end of the year. And when he came in, looked like he was starting to figure things out in New England.
And especially since everybody acknowledges he does not have much around him. We all know the guy at number 2 looks really good. The guy at number 12 looked really good.
Terrific. I mean, he was the second best one. Daniels was the best. Nix was next. It's inarguable.
And so Caleb Williams at best and incomplete. Now, new coach, highly thought of. Ben Johnson, new system. They've improved the offensive line. We'll know here pretty quickly if Caleb Williams can get it done or not. But
so J.J. McCarthy is the unproven, obviously injured all last year. I think it's a hell of a risk for the brain trust of the Vikings to go into the, to me, they better go sign Joe Flacco as a backup. Like, they've got a really nice team here.
Mark, if you're Minnesota, I believe you think you're a Super Bowl contender. A Super Bowl contender, not a playoff team, not a no. You look around and go, listen, we've made ourselves better at the line of scrimmage since the end of last season. We kept our corner. We've got our offensive skill players lined up and signed and the whole deal. We got a great offensive coordinator and a great defensive coordinator. All right.
The brain drain just happened in Detroit. The team that was one above us lost both of their coordinators. Is this our opportunity to overtake the Lions in the North? And if that's the case, you're right, David. They think they're a Super Bowl contender.
A Super Bowl contender.
Get a legitimate backup quarterback because right now they have no one in the quarterback room other than J.J. McCarthy, and that's not good enough. I'm worried for the Vikings. We have no idea coming off the injury how he's going to play. We don't.
Now, since you agree with my premise that the Vikings view themselves as a Super Bowl contender, is this the right move? Or would it have been safer / smarter to bring in the 41-year-old with a really good team around him? And if by chance he's shot, then you turn it over to the kid. Because in theory, Aaron Rodgers is going to be a better quarterback than whoever you're bringing in to back up the kid.
This is very risky to me. I probably would have signed Rodgers if I was the Vikings. I think I would have. And literally presented it to, because one, you can pay him a little bit of money. You've got a quarterback on a rookie deal. I'm not saying you have to give him $40 million, but you can give him some money. You can incentivize it to give him more if he starts every game or whatever the case may be. I would have rolled the dice with Aaron Rodgers. I don't like the idea of going into a season where you think you can win the Super Bowl, but you have a rookie quarterback.
Well, and also, do you have a backup quarterback that you're confident enough in that can come in and win you games? And of all the choices that are out there, 40-year-old Joe Flacco, Jameis Winston, Carson Wentz. I mean, who's out there who's won some games in this league before that you think, okay, he can be our backup?
I keep saying it. It's Joe Flacco to me. The Minnesota Vikings have to go get him now. If they are not going to take Aaron Rodgers, it would be negligent to not get the best backup quarterback, a proven backup right now.
One of only 6 quarterbacks who's active who's won a Super Bowl.
I don't know how that doesn't make your quarterback room better.
I don't see how having 40-year-old Joe Flacco won't help J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
Even if it's just to talk about life and the pursuit of happiness as an NFL quarterback.
So the Vikings have moved away from Aaron Rodgers. Do you like that decision? 21,000 is the text line. Vikings fan, Lion fan. Got a text immediately from a buddy of mine that's a Vikings fan. He listens to the show every day. When things bother him, he texts me directly. No way on Rodgers. He's a locker room problem. Vikings have a very good culture, and they can't mess with it. Okay. We will see.
And so
Aaron
now,
Rodgers' teammates don't say he's a problem.
At all.
Ever.
At all. Pittsburgh, the Giants, or retirement. Those are the options for Aaron Rodgers. And Russell Wilson has to wait to see what Aaron does and where he goes before they get to him on the pecking order.
Can I ask you a question? Who do you think heading into the season has a better offensive line? The Pittsburgh Steelers or the New York Giants?
Believe it or not, if the Giants' left tackle is healthy, the Giants.
That's why I asked you the question. I think you're right. So if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I want to play in front of the best line.
But in Pittsburgh, I've got 2 tight ends and 2 wide receivers. And with the Giants, I've got neighbors. Never mind the defense and the whole deal.
So both teams, by the way, I mean, I don't expect either team to make the playoffs, the Giants or the Steelers. So whomever he plays for, he's going to have to lift them beyond expectations for the year to be qualified as a success.
I'll be shocked if Rodgers doesn't end up in Pittsburgh. Shocked if he ends up with, and I know the Giants are offering more money and the whole deal. I'd be absolutely shocked if he doesn't end up with Tomlin. and Pittsburgh. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett is next. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Seth.
Good morning. How are we with the window open? The shade open?
You're fine.
It's fine, right?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't want to change it. I don't want to close the window, the shade.
What are you on the 4th floor?
Third.
Okay. I couldn't tell for sure there.
That's right. You can see the building. If you check Twitter, there was a today's the anniversary of the Yes Network.
I saw I saw that.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen on television. Coming up this weekend on the Yes Network, David Wells' Basement, Part 2. And I was like, there's a Part 1? That's an old, that's an old bit. That is a very old bit.
Before MTV Cribs, we had David Wells' Basement.
Because we always, Daryl and I used to joke, like, what would they fill 24 hours of Yankees with?
Well, I remember for the longest time when, the Yes Networks of the world, like we had Pass is what it was in Michigan. That was when those networks were dark, essentially from 7A till like 7P.
Right, and it would just be a graphic of the slate for the night.
Yeah, exactly.
Put it on at 4:00. Yep. MSG was like that. Yep. But the Yes Network was just funny. It just the Yankeeographies and the Yankee this and the Yankee that and the Yankee this. And they talked about it. And then when I saw that promo, that made me crack up. David Wells' Basement, Part 2.
So, you've been watching baseball all morning, Seth?
I didn't even know it was on. They played yesterday too, huh?
They did.
No.
Did not send the announcers over to Japan.
Ah, that's terrible. Is that true?
Yes, that
That's terrible. Oh my God, that's terrible.
that Benetti and Brzezinski did it yesterday, and today it was Adam Amin and Brzezinski. Yep.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know.
That's terrible. Wait, this is ESPN? Or
Fox.
This was Fox. So
Yeah.
was it on main? No, it was
on
FS1.
It was on Big Fox yesterday.
It was.
Okay. Yeah. The season opener was on Big Fox yesterday. It's on
What do they
FS1.
preempt? What's on Big Fox in the morning?
They don't have local morning news, though.
No,
I mean,
not-
you know,
yeah.
local morning
Yeah.
news shows that are pretty good cash cows for those stations.
Yeah, I'm sure. I bet.
And then I think it's on FS1 right now.
Wow. You guys have score updates in your show?
We
Oh, yeah.
have been giving score updates. One out, top of the ninth, 6-3 Dodgers.
Ah, look at that.
Otani went yard. That's all that matters.
That's all they care about. They're in Tokyo Dome, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a carbon copy, and it was built on the blueprints of the Tropicana Field. That building was built on Tropicana Field, and the Osaka Dome was built on the Kingdome and still exists. I've been to Japan twice.
Did you like it?
I loved it. Oh, I had the
We'll
best
talk
time.
about that.
Oh, I had the best time.
Well, I believe the local announcers are in Japan, but the Fox announcers are not.
That's shameful. That's ridiculous.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get back to hoops, although we may touch upon it here in the next 15 or so minutes. But Trent Bally, our former producer, who had a horrendous bracket last year. And even though he's no longer part of the show, although he fills in occasionally here and there. All right, we're going to give him a mulligan, a chance to, repair his name.
Or you could just use that segment very wisely to
Do the opposite.
fade Trent Bally in what he thinks this year.
So Trent coming up at the top of the hour, but it is the day and time when we welcome Seth Everett. Two great podcasts, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. I did not know this about you, Mark. I don't know if you knew it about Seth, but when we were shooting the you-know-what during the commercial break, getting ready for this segment, we were talking a little Dodgers, by the way, 6-3 lead in the ninth against the Cubs. And you've been to Japan?
Twice for baseball, for MLB. In 2002, good morning, guys. In 2002, I did the play-by-play of the MLB versus Japan All-Star Series in November of 2002. And that team had Barry Bonds, Jason Giambi, Bernie Williams, and it was against Hideki Matsui and Kaz Matsui. And Hideki Matsui had a terrible series, and I said he was going to be a bust. And Kaz Matsui had an amazing series, and I said he was going to be great. And I was
there you go,
dead wrong. But I had an absolute blast. Ichiro's translator was there. Ichiro's there.
Who did he bet on?
What?
Nothing.
He said, who did he bet on? The whole prominent Japanese player, the translator, boom. Right.
The translator, Hide Tsuyoshi, was our tour guide. Like, he took us everywhere. He took us to these bars. And the bars, you don't buy drinks. You buy minutes.
Wait. Whoa. Slow down here. First off, he took you to the bars. I think we're impressed. B, buys you minutes.
He buys you minutes, and what you do is you walk in and you pay like the equivalent of $10 for 10 minutes for 100 minutes. And in that 100 minutes, as long as your glass is upright, it's full. And they keep filling you. And the goal of the bar is to keep you there for another 100 minutes. And then they have they have these escort bars that are equivalent of $100 for 100 minutes, and a woman is assigned to you, and their only job is to keep you there. It'd keep you there to buy another 100 minutes.
So
And-
her
oh my
job
God, it was
is to
so
what?
funny.
Engage you in conversation?
With no English. With no English whatsoever. Daryl told this woman, Daryl Hamilton, the late great Daryl Hamilton, told this woman that we were part of the Justice League. And she told a friend, and she was talking in Japan, and then the only two words we heard were Justice League. Oh my God. We had so much fun. We went to Electric City. Electric City is this neighborhood in Tokyo where all the electronics that haven't come to America yet. And you see everything. It's like the coolest electronics store ever. And podcasts had just started.
Okay.
They had just started. So we had one of the world's first podcasts. So we would go to iTunes on all of these futuristic computers and download Staying Hot with Seth and Bone. So we'd get listenership, download numbers in Japan. It's the craziest story. And then in 2002, I met Kosuke Fukudome, who played for the Chicago Cubs for a while. But his name is spelled in English Aramaic letters, Fukudome. And this woman that I was friends with, she wrote for the Kyoto News and she spoke English. She went to the University of Michigan. And she says to me, can I interview you on the last day? And she says, what Japanese player impressed you the most? And I said, Fukudome. And she said, and I go, his name would be a big hit in the States. And she says, I know him. I go, what, you know him? She goes, he's dating a friend of mine. Do you want to meet him? And I said, absolutely, I want to meet him. And in Japan, the custom is you have to give a gift. So I ran into the baseball clubhouse and I was like, does anybody have anything that I can give this guy? And I had a baseball polo shirt. And I grabbed it and I went out and I bowed and I met Kosuke Fukudome. He gave me, and I have it here, a Chunichi Dragons jersey that has Fukudome on the back. It's my greatest possession. I had so much fun.
Steph, we've had a steadfast rule on this show that after the age of 25, you can no longer wear a jersey in public. I would make an exception.
For that jersey,
you can wear that jersey the rest of your damn life.
I remember when I got back. I lived in Manhattan at the time, or in Brooklyn at the time, and I remember going out of the subway wearing that shirt and wearing that shirt, and like people were looking at me, like in Manhattan. They were walking down the street and they were going, "Hey, boink, 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 boink." Yeah.
Right.
And to get someone to look up in Manhattan at you and not pay attention to what they're doing themselves takes a lot. I'm just curious because I've been lucky enough a couple of times in my life to travel abroad and have a tour guide, and it makes the trip unbelievably better because 100%. They know what they can show you. What's the weirdest thing that you ate when you were in Japan?
That was we were invited. This was 2002, so Daryl wasn't with me. I was with my producer. We were invited to an authentic teppanyaki dinner where you sat on the floor. You had to take your shoes off and you sat on the floor, and it was like an 11-course meal. And I literally, this is the only time I've ever done this in my life. I literally put something in my mouth, took it out, put it in a napkin, and put it next to me and sat on the napkin so no one could see. It was the grossest. There were so many octopus and so many weird things. I'm the plainest eater in the world, and this was a form of torture.
Anything that was still alive?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. But
so
it was like
nothing was-
authentic. It was
Well, I
authentic.
just want to make sure nothing was moving. That's all.
And we all had to sit there, and there were people who were eating this stuff up, and I was like, I wanted to vomit the whole time. Oh my God, that was crazy. Crazy.
Okay. Now, obviously, this week it's crazy in Japan. It's Ohtani, and this is the two biggest baseball games that have ever been played in Japan, even though we've played a lot of games there, including regular season games there. I mean, right around the same time, Seth, hadn't the Mets and Cubs started a baseball season over in Japan?
Yeah, they've done it. Yep.
Yeah. So,
but not during that era. Not
Right.
during it was a lot later.
So, from what you're able to tell, what you witnessed firsthand to the hysteria that it is now, okay? Like, what was baseball, the popularity of Major League Baseball in Japan then versus now? How can you compare it?
Well, for the difference from 2002 to 2006 was monumental. So I would imagine by now it was a big deal. I was told by a Japanese official that ratings for the NPB, that's the Japanese league, were down because of the proliferation of MLB.TV. Remember, as much as baseball is considered like the old man sport, their technology is second to none. Like, they're the pioneers of tech. And in Japan, everyone was getting up in the morning and watching baseball games, MLB games. And MLB games were growing because of the existence of the iPhone and all the things that were making that accessible. I would think now, with streaming the way it is, I would think that Major League Baseball dwarfs the Japanese league in ratings. And it made the parallel. It's not apples to apples, but it made the parallel to what, for example, the Premier League is here versus the MLS. You know what I'm saying? MLS exists, but what gets the better ratings? The Premier League by 100-fold. It's not 100-fold, but it's definitely baseball. Major League Baseball, especially with Ohtani, especially on days that Ohtani would pitch, that is massive in Japan. They love this sport. They also don't have launch angle.
No, they don't. What was the velo? That's all I need to know.
Right. Exit velo. What was the exit velo? Right.
I went nuts yesterday because I hate this series. I think I just don't like the idea of opening the baseball season in Japan and then coming back and playing spring training. I have suggested that they should try to do this before the All-Star game. Then the guys would get their days off on the back end, and it would seemingly be part of the season the same way they do the London games. Is that worthwhile, or are these series such a cash cow for the league that it doesn't really matter what I think?
It's a cash cow. I mean, they're doing it for a reason, and they feel that this is the biggest chance to give the teams an extended time to kind of reacclimate themselves to the States. I don't like it either. To me, this is more like a tree falls and no one's there to hear it. How do you know it made a sound? Like, in the last 2 days, I didn't even think about it. And I'm the guy who, if the Red Sox or the Yankees are playing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, I'll throw it on while I'm doing work and stuff. But I didn't even recognize this, not for a second. I had no idea that it was playing, and I had no idea if you hadn't said, I wouldn't have known who the teams were. I pay that little attention to this.
Impressed that Fox put the first game on Big Fox, but not impressed that they didn't send their network announcers. My understanding is the Dodgers and Cubs have sent their local announcers because they also had 2 or 3 exhibition games leading up to it, and they broadcast them all.
It's a joke. You should send your announcers. 2 things about that. On the trip to Japan in 2006, Darryl Hamilton rented the box set of a season of the show 24.
Yeah.
And he watched 12 going and 12 coming back. And in Japan, when we would travel in 2002, when I was with the tour, unless you're a head of state, you can't charter a plane. So Barry Bonds and Jason Giambi and all these guys were on a regular commercial airline, and it was Japan Airlines. We would go from Tokyo to Osaka, for example. There's a camera on the nose of the plane and big screens. And as you're taking off and landing, you are watching from the camera from the nose of the plane. As you're landing, you see the ground, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. It's the weirdest experience you've ever imagined.
Wow.
But yes, I was on an airplane with, like, in the middle seat on Japan Airlines. Bernie Williams was to my left. Randy Wolf was to my right. It was one of the weirdest experiences of my life. And Jimmy Rollins got into a fight with somebody at the Japan airport because he went to a KFC and they didn't have chicken. And Jimmy Rollins was going, "But you are chicken."
You know how to make take the reservation. You just don't know how to fulfill.
The C is for chicken.
The C is for chicken. And
All
now,
right.
if I see Jimmy Rollins, all I have to do is go KFC, like we immediately.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. What do you got this week, Seth?
Sports with Friends is Elliot Cobb. He is a guy who is known throughout the sports world as Mr. Stats. He was the Sunday Night Football producer, researcher for the first 12 years. He was an executive researcher for MLB Network for 14 years. He wrote Inside the NFL when it was on HBO. Guy knows everybody. He's worked with Vince Scully. He worked with Costas, Brent Musburger. He has stories upon stories upon stories and stories. I couldn't contain all of his stories in this podcast. Elliot Cobb is his name. It's a fantastic, fantastic podcast. Hall of Justice is a gentleman that I've had on before, Jeremy Adams. He just signed an exclusive deal with DC Comics to be a comic book writer. He's a TV and movie writer. He's now a comic book writer in an era where no one reads comic books. Why? And we have that conversation.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Hey, great job today. Great stories. Very funny. We have a gentleman who I believe lives just across the border into Minnesota who said Fukudomi is my new personalized license plate.
It's the best. It's the best. I have the jersey. It would take me a second to get it, but I have that jersey. And when he signed with the Cubs, I bought a Fukudome t-shirt. Oh my God. Kosuke Fukudome, my favorite Japanese player by a million.
Seth, thanks. Have a great week.
You got it, guys.
Seth Everett, once again here on Miller and Moulton. All right.
The Redemption Tour on the other side. Back by popular demand. Not really. But we will get Trent Valley's pick sure to go wrong. That's next on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floormeisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floormeisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine, Trent.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hoping you'd bring a little energy to the proceedings this morning.
I mean, just business as usual.
I understand. Oh, trust me, we understand.
How was the show? I saw you guys had a packed show this morning.
Yep. And we've gone 4 for 4 with guests, so don't F it up, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
By the way, we have billed this as the redemption tour.
Yeah, because of Auburn?
No, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
because of Auburn.
I think you also lost another Final Four team right away too last year.
Florida. It was Florida. I picked Florida to go far, and I think Colorado took them out right away.
Yeah.
And it was like 10 minutes within the same Auburn.
Oh,
Yale
sure.
game.
Oh, yeah. You were done. Right. So. Oh.
So did your boy Shep spend the whole show talking about Gibby today? He was pretty adamant with his tweets yesterday.
Yeah, we did talk about it, yes. And then the last half hour was just all about Tigers and stuff. And I don't know. I'll talk to you about it later.
Is he not happy that they forced
He
out?
he went after the Tigers. He said Gibson didn't quit on his own. He was forced. This is BS. Like, he went on a tirade yesterday on X about it. I didn't even see his post. I saw somebody pick up his post, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was not happy about it.
Well, sure it made for good radio. So is that a January, February Izzo shirt?
It is. Of
Okay.
course it is. You know who got screwed? Michigan. Completely screwed. I'm sure you guys talked about that. They got
they get
screwed.
Oh.
They got underseeded, and they got the best mid-major in the field.
Oh, not as badly as Louisville and Creighton got screwed. 8-9 game. That's absurd.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And a lot of pressure on our next guest. Former producer of Miller and Moulton, now producing the morning show on the Michigan Sports Network. Have no idea how he got a job after his March Madness projections last year on this show. Joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, Trent Bally. Follow him on X while he still has a career at Trent, Balley. Are you ready for this? Because you sucked last year.
It was not good. And I appreciate you for coining it the Redemption Tour, because Auburn, after last year being top 5 in the net and KenPom, the only team in the top 5 for both, completely hosing me down, and then turning around and becoming the number 1 overall seed the next year has me a little bit bitter. Yes.
All right. Well, Trent, you and I are both proud Michigan State alums. How nervous are you that it seems like the entire damn nation is taking Sparty to win that region over the number 1 overall seed Auburn?
I am nervous, but here's a little nugget for you, okay? So this is the 6th time since 2009 that Michigan State's been in the number 1 overall seeds region. So they like to put Sparty in the number 1 overall seeds region. 3 of those times, 2009, 2010, 2019, they've gone on to make the Final Four. Now, only 2 of those times they had to beat the number 1 overall seed to do so, but you get my point. When they're put in that region 5 times out of 7, it's they made a Final Four run. So who knows? Maybe that spells something good for Sparty. I also think Auburn's kind of limping into the tournament, losing 3 out of 4. And like you said, Mark, for all those reasons and, just the Tom Izzo factor, they're a chic pick right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, full disclosure, if you're not checking us out on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, Trent Bally, very tight hairdo, all right, wearing his Spartan green shirt that in white lettering says January, February, Izzo, April. Okay, just to give you an idea as to where he's coming from. January, February, Izzo, April. All right.
How many 1 seeds, and it's our poll question today, how many 1 seeds will make the Final Four?
And I did see your poll question, so I did a little bit of research on this. It's only happened one time where all 4 made it.
Right.
And it happened in 2008, and that Final Four, by the way, was in San Antonio. This Final Four is in San Antonio. So if you believe in that sort of magic, might be a good year to pick all 4 1 seeds to go. However, I've got 2 1 seeds making the Final Four. I've got Florida and I've got Houston. I think Duke, the question is not will Cooper Flag play? He's going to play. It's just how effective can he be? I do think that's a somewhat weak region, but of the 1 seeds, I like Houston and Florida to make the Final Four. My answer is 2.
Who's going to beat Duke? I mean, Florida's looking at their draw and looking at Duke's draw going, are we both 1 seeds? Because our draw is a lot harder than theirs.
Yes, and that's no doubt correct. My thing, David, is there's certain rules that I like to live by when I make these picks, and obviously last year didn't do it too well. But you've got to go back to 2015, and ironically it was Duke, to win a championship with your freshman as your best player. It was Jahlil Okafor, who ended up going 3rd overall in the draft that year. Freshmen just don't lead teams to titles anymore. And I don't even know if it ever was a thing to begin with. Maybe Carmelo Anthony at Syracuse, and that's about it. Teams that have their freshmen as their best, player and leader and leading scorer don't win it all.
Well, and the last time I believe Duke was in this situation, wasn't it Michigan State who beat Zion
Yes.
and Duke
Yes.
in the Elite Eight to get to the Final Four? I think it was 2019. So, okay. So that's why you're not going with Duke. Good stat. All right.
All right, one of the nuggets, and I don't have the exact number in front of me, one of the nuggets I found yesterday is that in the 8-9 game, you just take the underdog. The underdogs against the number have done unbelievably well, and it doesn't matter if the 8's the underdog or the 9's the underdog. I know you've got some nuggets, Trent. Give me some nuggets that you may have on double-digit seeds that you may like this week.
Well, so here's the thing. 8-9s, like you said, it's usually a pick 'em. And here, one of the most common 8-9s that we were talking about just before coming back from break is Creighton Louisville. And I'm sure, David, you love the geography of all this stuff, and you probably broke down the fact that game's in Lexington.
Yeah,
and it's
100 miles.
An hour and 10 minutes away. So I just wanted to bring this up, though, for Creighton's sake. Creighton's best 3 tournament results in its program history have all come in the last 4 years. They made the Elite Eight 2 years ago. They made the Sweet 16 2 of the last 4 years. That's a trend, baby. So if you believe in that sort of thing, and Doug McDermott's starting to build this program up, they're also 9-3 against Big Bad UConn since joining the conference. I love Creighton in a 9-8.
By the way, if I could just stop, and I think isn't it Greg McDermott? Doug was his son.
Oh, yes.
Did you see he has 11 former assistants, okay, who currently have Division I jobs? 11 former assistants. His coaching tree is amazing right now. Continue.
He's the Sean McVay of college hoops. But, Mark, quickly about double-digit seeds. The last 15 years, this one blew my mind. The last 15 years, more 11 seeds have made the second weekend than the 6, 7s, and 8s. So 11 seeds is the way to go. Now, this year, of course, the 11 seeds are in the play-in. North Carolina wins last night. Tonight, you've got Xavier, Texas. So that could be a chic pick to make a run. In 12 of the last 13 tournaments, a first 4 team has made the Sweet 16.
The other 2 11s, by the way, Drake, which a lot of people are picking to beat Missouri. Okay, I don't like them in the second round against Texas Tech. I do like them against Missouri in the first round, but there are a lot of people that think 11-seeded VCU, who, by the way, I believe was an 11 when they went to the Final Four.
Correct.
Okay, because they came out of the play-in. 11th-seeded VCU has BYU and then most likely Wisconsin. And a lot of people like the winner of VCU, BYU, to go to the Sweet 16.
I will also throw this out there, that Drake-Missouri matchup you brought up. Everyone loves the SEC this year, and I'm one of those people. Drake's a low possession team. Missouri likes to run. They like to push. That game is going to be very contrasting in styles. And I will also let you know, Drake has never won a first-round game in the modern 68-team field tournament. So even though I just gave you all those stats about 11 seeds, you might want to look at North Carolina against Ole Miss or Xavier or Texas, winner of tonight, to be your 11 seed to make the Sweet 16, not necessarily Drake.
And to Trent's point, we've talked about that. These play-in teams have won a game in 11 of the 12 years. That's why I like North Carolina against Ole Miss. You brought it up before we came on air, and you know it didn't bother me one bit, but you said Michigan got screwed. Oh, well, it's really going to break my heart. The Wolverines take on UC San Diego. They're a 5 seed, winning the Big Ten tournament. What did you think they should have been seeded? And what do you think of their chances in this 5-12 game?
So here's the thing that's misleading. I don't think they got screwed because of the Big Ten title game. That's never mattered. It's just being a 5. I think they should have been a 4 at the very least. And, you know, if the Big Ten tournament championship game mattered, which we know it doesn't, then they could have been a 3 perhaps. They had the 4th most quad 1 wins. UC San Diego, the other side is it's who they drew more so is how they got screwed. I think they lead the nation in steals. Michigan's a team that turns it over a lot. UC San Diego forces turnovers. UC San Diego's top 30 in KenPom, or top 40. They're up there, right? They're the best mid-major in the country. And they draw Michigan, who's underseeded. And, by the way, travel, David, another travel nugget. Michigan's got to go all the way to Denver on one less day of rest. They got to play Thursday instead of Friday.
And the single best team in the tournament against the spread this year was San Diego. Just saying.
There you go. And they're making their big dance debut as an 11 seed. Or as a 12. Sorry.
Right. Oh. All right. Very quickly. You got another double-digit upset or two? Anybody you're riding? You know, I mean, I go crazy on the 11s, 12s, and 13s. Sometimes they even go higher than that. You going crazy with anybody?
Yale's got a real chance against Texas A&M. Texas A&M is one of the worst offenses in the league or in the country. You know, everyone's high on the SEC. They are an eyesore to watch compared to some of these other SEC offenses. Conversely, Yale has senior guards, which is hard to come by these days. I like Yale to give Texas A&M a real scare.
All right, who's your Final Four and who's cutting down the nets?
My Final Four is Florida, Michigan State, Houston, and Alabama. I've got Florida and Houston in the championship game, and I've got Kelvin Sampson, after knocking on the door for years, finally cutting down the nets with the Cougars.
So the Cougars cut down the nets in San Antonio. When
Gators make a run to the final. Tom Izzo makes his 9th Final Four.
Sampson 2 years ago had the Final Four in Houston, and Miami derailed him in the Sweet 16. We'll see if he can go a little farther this time. All right. Does your current employer and host of the morning show know how bad your picks were last year?
He has no idea. He has no idea, and if he did, he probably shut my mic off for the entire show.
Are you therefore going to make these very same picks on his show tomorrow morning?
Yes, I will not be fraudulent. I will be consistent.
One bracket for Trent Bally. Now, I know you're the show you work for. He's a baseball guy. So are you the college basketball expert of the two of you? And if the bracket goes as badly this year for you as it did last year, could it cost you your job?
Yeah, I'm already on the hot seat because yesterday I spent a solid 15 minutes talking about how if San Diego State beat North Carolina, they were not only going to beat Ole Miss, but they were going to go to the Sweet 16. And now they won't even get that chance because they got trounced. So, Mark, I'm already on the hot seat and a questionable expert, so-called, on college hoops.
Well, he was terrible a year ago, and he's already off to a bad start. He's Trent Bally, who's going Michigan State, Florida, Houston, and Alabama in the Final Four. Houston beating Florida for the Natty. All right. Good luck, buddy.
Appreciate you guys having me on. Always good to talk to you.
Follow Trent on X while he still has a job at Trent Bally, Balley.
He loves this tournament.
Loves it.
It was one of Trent's most embarrassing moments, though, because last year I invited him over to the house to watch basketball. And I made chicken wings. Almost for you. It used to be the thing you would do, going to a pitcher of beer and 50 wings when you and our old producer, John Cassidy, would watch Trent before you and I even worked together. So I made chicken wings. I made bunches of them. Trent had 3.
What?
3 chicken wings. That was it. Almost fired him on the spot for only eating 3 wings. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, I do the air fryer at home, Johnny Mac. Takes forever, but they're good. Or the smoker, one or the other.
Nice, Jay. No. Well, Sonny, we were really just kind of having some fun. You know, acknowledging that his picks were so bad last year. So.
And quite frankly, Trent knows his college hoop as well as anybody that I know. He truly does. I mean, you know, like Shelby Mass says right on his website, Shelby knows the bracketology as well as anybody. Shelby literally says on his website, but don't ask me to who pick in the games because I don't know. It's a crapshoot. Trent knows far more about college basketball than I do. And I killed him last year in the picks. And we might bring Philly on for an NBA playoff preview. Just to see if he falls asleep during the segment.
I was thinking of bringing Felipe on to talk the Heat because in his life, I don't think they've ever been this bad. And to see how he's handling it.
He's so funny. I texted him when OKC and Cleveland were playing. Like, I could take 7 games of this. And what do I get? I get a meme response of, you know, absolute theater. It's like, dude, not really, but it's good basketball. You're a couple generations late for absolute theater, but in your eyes, I guess it is.
Irish, they're a 2 seed. Can't be that bad of a pick. I do think they're going to have a tough time in the Sweet 16, though.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was day one. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. All coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time on Miller and Moulton. It's a final in Tokyo. The Dodgers, Cubs rallied, had the tying run at the plate in the ninth, but the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3 after beating them yesterday 4-1. So Dodgers 2-0, Cubs 0-2. They both head back to Arizona to play one more week of spring training before the season starts for everybody a week from tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, first of all, Pat Kerwin going to be on the show tomorrow. He can't do Friday, so we'll hear from Pat again tomorrow. We will make our bracket picks tomorrow. Don't know if it'll be 7:38. Don't know if it'll be 8:38. One of those two times, we will make our picks tomorrow. It all depends on when our guests are available to come on the show. So we're holding off until tomorrow. Tonight, I will do my bracket.
You going to broadcast that live on Twitch?
I am not. All right. No need to be snarky about it. But tonight, I will do my bracket. I have more reading to do. More tidbits I need. I need more nuggets. Don't we all?
So let me ask you, when you get through reading all of the nuggets that you're going to read today, and you've made your run through whatever drive-through is going to be dinner, and as you throw the bag away and then sit down to do your bracket, do you demand to be left? Like, if the wife comes in as you're ready to do your bracket, are you throwing her out of the room?
Totally. Totally. This is like when you turn the radio volume down. It's like, I need to concentrate. This is important. Like, the volume on the radio really matters. Like, it's going to influence things here. Turn that down. Turn that down. I need to concentrate. Oh, okay. Right.
So you're not ready right now to make picks.
I am
you
not.
Still think there is more information that will lead you to success.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It's why I haven't filled out a bracket yet. I've wanted to hear from our guests yesterday and today. I wanted to see what folks in the Twitch chat room had to say. I wanted you to read a few texts from what people had to say about things. That's all.
Over, under, number of 11 seeds and lower that Moulton will take in the first round. I'm going to put it at 6.5.
Well, I think it'll be lower, but it'll be close. It will be close. I don't know if I have a 14 or a 15 right now. All right. Just casually going through the brackets. I don't think I don't like Lipscomb against Iowa State. I like Lipscomb to cover very much against Iowa State, but they're getting 14.5, and they're a very good free throw shooting team. So I don't think they'll leave points on the line, but I don't like them to win. That's a 14. I mean, the best 15, I think, is Bryant. They've got Michigan State. I don't think this Spartans team is the type of team that, but then again, one of the better ones. I mean, Mark, what year was it that they entered the tournament on a Florida-like roll as a 2 seed and got taken out in a 2-15 game.
I don't recall the year, but I know exactly the game you're talking about. They were a 1 seed one time, and I thought Murray State as a 16 took them to overtime. So the funny thing about Sparty is they've had as much success making Final Four runs with 4, 5, 6 seeds than it seemingly they have with 1, 2, 3 seeds. But I don't, I'll take an 11 seed or 2. I don't know how many 12 seeds I like. I think the Michigan San Diego game's incredibly interesting because of what Trent was just talking about. San Diego creates a lot of turnovers. They're one of the best teams in the nation at creating turnovers. Michigan turns it over a ton. The difference is that when you're playing against a big boy team that has 2 legit big men down low, that seems like a problem for a San Diego to me. Because if they get the ball inside to the big man there, he scores on good teams, let alone 12 seeds.
I will say this. Of the 14s, 15s, and 16s, I think Troy could give Kentucky a hard time. And they're getting 11.5. That's the one, Kentucky can stink up the joint occasionally. And none of those kids have ever done anything in the tournament, obviously. So the 14s, 15s, and 16s, and we've had a run lately. Last dozen or so years, boy, have we had a run of 14s, 15s, and 16s winning games. But I don't think we're going to have that this year. The one holdout I have is Kentucky, Troy interests me. I think that's about as bad a seeding as Troy could get. And we all think Kentucky was not a 3. We think Kentucky's more a 5 or a 6.
The only thing, and this, it will be difficult for Troy to keep up with the pace of Kentucky. They go so quickly that just like Gary Sharp, who was on the show earlier, who's the Omaha play-by-play man, and they're taking on St. John's, we said what can't happen. Can't be down 11-2 at the first media timeout. Can't play that game that way. For Troy, it's the same thing. You can't get off to a bad start against a team that's got a high-octane offense like Kentucky. If you play with them, all bets are off, but you can't get buried early.
The highest, is it highest or lowest? Like, is it 13? Is that a
lowest?
Okay. The lowest seeded school that I'm thinking about taking a real flyer on is High Point. I actually saw them play a few times. I think they're really good. They're drawing Purdue. Now, Purdue's got the first team All-American, all right? And he said, good for him. Terrific player. And from where he came from, what a marvelous college career he's had. But that one I find intriguing.
And oftentimes, if you're right about that, how many times have we seen where both upsets like that are in the same region, where the 12 and the 13 both win? If you're right on High Point, does that mean you also take the flyer on McNeese, who's playing Clemson? And a lot of people like McNeese. I happen to like Clemson a lot.
Say it again. Clark Kellogg on CBS on Sunday picked Clemson to go to the Final Four. Remember, they went to the Elite Eight last year, and I think they have 4 starters back. And that's a pretty dangerous, what is that, a 5 seed?
5 seed.
Yeah. I mean, I thought McNeese got a bad draw.
I agree. People talk about Michigan getting screwed. Clemson could have been a lot better than a 5 seed as well. When you look at Purdue and Kentucky just in their region, who are the 4 and 3 seeds, respectively.
Like, we think Florida has the toughest draw for a 1 seed. I'll say this. Houston's draw ain't easy. You could get Gonzaga in the second round. You could get Clemson in the Sweet 16. Okay.
And then Tennessee to get out.
And then Tennessee to get out. That is not a smooth draw. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? It's all next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What seed is UCLA? They a 7?
7, I believe. Yeah, they're a 7.
Irish, we are totally scared to death with how badly the Mountain West has done. Outside of San Diego State's run to the title game 2 years ago, the Mountain West has been terrible for 10 years in this tournament. It's frightening how bad they've been. Since 2006, including last night, the Mountain West is 26-54 against the number. That's against the number. How many times do you think those teams were favored?
Yeah, I'd take that bet, Michael.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't like the matchup in the second game at all.
Texas Tech? Hell no.
Now, if you have a different three.
Yeah, I'd love them getting Iowa State, if you know what I mean.
Right. With, two guys hurt, one guy out. But it's the beauty of the tournament. Did you see Seth send us a picture of his food?
No, they're not for real Irish football. We said they were going to win yesterday. They were a 4.5-point favorite. I think they're going to win their next game. They're not for real. They're a very flawed team that shouldn't have been in the tournament.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. The Hump Day edition of Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed any of today's show, like Lee Sterling, Gary Sharp, Kevin Brockway, Seth Everett, Trent Bally, we'll go to MillerandMoulton.com and download what you missed. What was our poll question again today? How many one seeds make the Final Four?
Yes. And right now, 2 is getting 57% of the vote. 3 is getting 31% of the vote. Only 2% of you think that all 4 1 seeds will make the tournament. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. This is one of the longest weeks of the year, especially with St. Patrick's Day tipping the week off on a Monday.
Okay.
Because you've got Selection Sunday. You're fired up. You're watching all the bids be put out on Sunday. Then you've got St. Patrick's Day.
Right.
And you're not obligated to drink on St. Patrick's Day, but you're expected to. And so if you're like me, had a couple nips of the Irish whiskey on Monday, a little Tullamore Dew, well, you feel that on Tuesday. And then you have choices. Do you try to lay off Tuesday and Wednesday before the tournament starts, or do you grind this sucker out? And I went with option B. I had a little Red Wings last night. I had some first 4 games to watch. Now tonight you get more first 4 games. There's some good hockey tonight for TV2. And then Thursday, 12:15, it's all systems go for 4 days. It's a great week, but a long week.
You sound worn down already.
I am.
Do you need a nap?
No time for it.
Oh, you better take it today.
Can't.
I mean,
Tea time. Going to play golf today.
You could take a short one tomorrow. Okay, race home after the show, 10:30 to noon. You don't need any pregame. We're doing a pregame. Okay, they won't tip before 12:15, I don't think.
No, I know, and you know what I've been doing after the show pretty much every day for the last 3 months.
Right.
And I can't quit during the tournament for a nap. So you're right. That would be the time to do it. But I don't know how you pull off the nap right after the show. Because usually I've got a pretty good amount of energy after the show, and it takes me a little while to wind down. It's not like I can finish the show and put my head on a pillow and just fall asleep.
Okay, can I give you a hint?
Yeah.
One hint. Get horizontal and don't move for 10 minutes. And tell me that as wired as we are after the show, it doesn't just ooze right out of your body. Seriously, I could be asleep. First off, Mark, you know me. I sleep on airplanes.
You and I both can fall asleep anyway.
I sleep before takeoff on airplanes. It's the same with us after the show. Right after the show, no, what you do, you just lie down. You just lie down, 10 minutes of silence. An hour and a half later, baby. Woo-hoo.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call them today, 239-427-3441. 239-427-3441. Bonita or Naples location. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com for more information. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. We start today in 1918 when the U.S. adopts the Standard Time Act of 1918, also known as the Calder Act, a federal law implementing standard time and daylight savings time and defining 5 time zones for the United States. Nevada legalizes gambling today in 1931 in an attempt to lift the state out of the hard times of the Great Depression.
Later in the same year, they would legalize divorce.
1955, San Francisco beats LaSalle by 14 for the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship. Bill Russell is your most outstanding player.
The Dons went back-to-back with Russell. Then he went to the Celtics and had very little success.
Today in 1960, the Buckeyes beat California by 20 to win their natty. Jerry Lucas named the most outstanding player. 1978, Nicholas wins his 3rd TPC title. 1982, tragic story. Ozzy Osbourne's guitarist, Randy Rhoads, dies at the age of 25. Now, I'm sure you're thinking Ozzy and Randy Rhoads and some kind of crazy story. Well, that's true, but not the normal crazy story. This is Ozzy, after all. Randy Rhoads died when he takes a plane ride with a pilot who tries to buzz Ozzy's tour bus. He clips the bus with the wing of the plane. The plane crashes into a nearby house, killing Rhoads, the pilot, and the tour costume designer. Buzzing the tour bus with a plane. Tom Kite wins the Players today in 1989, one ahead of Chip Beck. Today in 1991, Brett Hull becomes the 3rd NHLer to score 80 goals in the season. And on that same day, the NFL owners stripped Phoenix of the 93 Super Bowl because Arizona does not recognize the federal holiday of Martin Luther King Day. Michael Jordan rejoins the Bulls today in 95. He scored 19, but they would lose to the Pacers. Today in 2003, the war in Iraq began. We all watched it on CNN. And today in 2012, David, a big day for us. Wendy's overtakes Burger King as the 2nd best hamburger chain. Wyatt Earp, William Jennings Bryan, and Richie Ashburn would have all celebrated birthdays today. Glenn Close is 78, Bruce Willis is 70, and Andy Reid is 67. What did I miss, David?
Well, I think a few things today. The first Oscars, televised Oscars, was today in 53 on NBC. I think most of us have only known the Oscars to be on ABC, right?
Right.
On this day in 1957, Elvis bought Graceland by putting down a $1,000 down payment on the $102,000 property that was Graceland. Mark, I thought the real estate agent in you would appreciate that. $1,000 down on the $102,000 property that was Graceland.
Well done. Yes. I'd have liked to see a little bit more of a deposit, me personally, but, he's
Right.
Elvis.
He was Elvis, correct. It was on this day in 66. Did you have the famous Texas Western upset of Kentucky?
David, I had it, and for some reason, I didn't say it. You are absolutely right that this was a huge day in men's basketball.
Obviously, it was the all-black Texas Western team, which would become UTEP, and it was the all-white Kentucky team with Adolph Rupp. Texas Western 172-65. It changed college athletics. And one other thing, you did mention today the war in Iraq, right? 03?
Yes, I did.
There you go. So that's it. That's all I got. But I got 3 things today. That's a lot for me.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Ontario for the good, where a cat named Julio went missing in November of 2017. Somehow, some way, the cat was captured by a humane society. It had its microchip, and they reunited it with its owner 7 years and 4 months after he went missing. For the bad, we go to Inglewood, Florida, where the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office arrested a 42-year-old man who is accused of forcing a child to steal thousands of dollars worth of fishing rods across Inglewood. He would target boats and parked cars in residential yards and then have the kid steal the fishing poles for him. It was his girlfriend's son. Quite a guy Mark Seltzer is. He's currently in the Charlotte County Jail. And for the ugly, we go to Fort Myers Beach, where a fight turned into a Tyson Holyfield exchange. Jack Turner was arrested after getting into a fight and then biting off a portion of the left ear of the person he was fighting. He was arrested on felony battery charges and has been booked at the Lee County Jail. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today, Wednesday, March the 19th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Just 2 games in the NHL. They're both being televised on TNT. Pretty good one, actually, at 7 o'clock. It's the Avs and the Maple Leafs. Pretty good hockey.
Avs have been playing really good hockey all the way back to when they traded Ratton in there.
Also, the guy who's been out for 2 years, he's back skating with them. They may get him back for the playoffs. He's missed like the last 2 years. Kraken in Minnesota to take on the Wild. That's on TNT at 9:30. 11 games in the NBA. Magic are home against Houston. Mark, the interesting thing about Detroit being in Miami to face the Heat. This game was not originally an ESPN game. ESPN last week made the decision to air the Pistons at the Heat. The Heat have lost, 8, 9 in a row? So they're clearly doing this for the Pistons. When is the last time a television network booked a game because they wanted to have the Detroit Pistons on?
Hasn't happened in
a while.
17 years.
Well, probably last decade sometime at the very least. But so that's interesting. That's the front end of the ESPN doubleheader, Pistons at Heat. The back end is Denver at the Lakers, which is a game that actually has major seeding implications right now, with one game, I think, separating the 2 through 5 seeds in the West. So major seeding implications between Denver and the Lakers. Got 9 NIT games tonight. They're on a variety of ESPN networks if you're interested. Obviously, you got True TV again. So the early game, Mount St. Mary's against American. American, a 2.5-point favorite.
All right, take Mount St. Mary's in the points.
And Xavier, a 3.5-point favorite against Texas.
Take Texas in the points.
Because that's what we're doing. First round of the NCAA tournament, we're just taking the points, and we're going to see how we do. Because lately, when you've done it, you've made money.
1-1 last night for what it's worth. The 16 seeds taking the points won the game. North Carolina obviously winning by 30. They were a 4.5-point favorite. They covered easily in that game.
Women's tournament gets underway tonight as well. They do play-ins, 11s and 16s for what it's worth. Princeton, Iowa State, the 11s. Southern and San Diego, both the men and women of San Diego making the dance.
So there you have it. Tomorrow on the show, Pat Kerwin will join us. Remember, it's a Thursday. Pat's moved his appearance up a day. He's got some obligations to get to on Friday, so he will not join us at the end of the week, but we will get knee-deep in the brackets tomorrow. Miller and Moulton will make their picks. David using the rest of the day to strategize, pick up any other nuggets that he can. He's leaving right after the show to go listen to the College Station on Sirius XM all the way up until 7 o'clock, when between a drive-through and a bracket, he will complete this year's tournament picks.
You're not that far off, by the way.
I've known you a long time, David.
I mean, I may not listen to the College Station, okay, but everything else, you're right on the money.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton